Check. Good morning. Check.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do past like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down, EBTs, EBTs.
This one is going to be on it. So when I say a prayer, you will read. What's your name? Robert. Okay. May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for having honored this invitation to come and attend the national dialogue on scaling up financing for the water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, and climate change to achieve 2030 agenda. Thank you very much for having honored that invitation. And so now we want to begin our dialogue, but it's important to, first of all, go through the rituals of the national anthem. May I request you to stand up for the national anthem and a prayer after that. And let me request you, Robert, to lead us in a prayer.
Lord God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for your mercies. We pray for those who have not joined us that they should have a safe journey. You created heaven and earth. We have destroyed the environment. We are undergoing through a number of challenges. Bless this meeting. Let us exchange ideas in the best interest of the environment and the human being as a whole. We pray this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. I think it is important in a dialogue like this, in a meeting like this, ladies and gentlemen, to know each other. So may I suggest at this juncture, and we yet again beginning with you, Robert, to introduce ourselves. You tell us your name, where you're from, a little bit about yourself, so that we can know the different backgrounds of people that we have, the expertise and the skills that we have, and it can help us later when you want to network. So let us begin with Robert, who has a microphone, your other name and what you do, and then you hand over the microphone to the next person and you do the same. Let us do this as quickly as possible so that we can begin hearing from the different experiences of different people here in this auditorium. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kamara. My name is Robert Migade Ndugwa, Member of Parliament for Buvuma Islands and Chairperson National Economic Committee.
Thank you, Honorable.
This is Dr. Jibril Semakula Mugisha, the founding director of Million Trees, the national organization, and I represent NDP III ecosystem restoration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Founding Director, Million Trees International. You can hear the kind of people we have, a member of parliament there. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Moses Asimwe. I work with IRC International Sanitation Center as monitoring and evaluation manager. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charles. I work with IRC in the finance department.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lucy Vivian Achen, Assistant Commissioner in charge of sector capacity development in the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fortunate Kemdsha, and I'm undertaking research at Water Resources Institute. and I'm an agriculture engineer by profession. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Max Chigove from Makerere University, and I'm an expert in water resource and climate change modeling. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Wes Innocent, and I'm the secretary to Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. Alex Mumzambaguta, Advisor Water and Sanitation, Austrian Development Agency. Thank you.
Morning to you all. My name is Anthony Chivumbi. Work with Postbank Uganda Limited as the manager, grants and partnerships. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam Tono. I chair the National Sanitation Working Group. But until last month, I was the chief of party for USAID funded Uganda Sanitation for Health activity.
Morning, members. I'm Rubanga Moses Smith Bosses from Teda Farmers, member of CANU.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is James Baguma Natweta, and I work with African Agribusiness Incubators Network, and I'm in charge of research and innovations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Olumbe. I work with Water for People as a communications assistant.
Morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Jungo, Program Officer, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Action for Climate Change and Environmental Conservation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivan Mahomoza. I work with Environmental Restoration Uganda, the program manager.
My name is Guma Gilbert. I am country representative for water.org. Water.org is a social enterprise that supports financial institutions, SMEs, to adopt water credit solutions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gwendolyn Chobulungi, Coordinator Water Resources Institute, Minister of Water and Environment. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Peter Nzavanita, and I'm the Executive Director for Engineers Without Borders, East Africa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atebat Grace. I'm Assistant Commissioner Accounts in the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning. My name is Pasco Yarugaba. I'm a program specialist, SDG Secretariat, Office of the Prime Minister.
Good morning. I'm Paul Flynn Mukalazi. I'm United Nations Peacekeeping Federal Council Observer. And from next month, I'll be posted to East Africa as an ambassador from the Peacekeeping Council to East Africa. I'm also the founding trustee of the Grow Foundation. We create funding for what we call unfundable projects in the areas of social impact. We do this by creating carbon certificates, which we then deploy at a grassroots level with that revenue and benefit. We have 1.25 billion carbon certificates in production right now, and it's our mission to teach Africa how to use this resource for itself.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Njuchi. I'm Head of Legal and Corporate Affairs at Nile Breweries. I'm here to share with you why the beer people are interested in water and which partnerships we've been able to build for restoration of the water resources we operate, specifically in Barara along River Rizzi.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm called Musingus Laban Joshua. I am from the Youth Coalition for SDGs. That is the member-based organization under the Office of the Prime Minister, specifically under the National SDG Secretariat and the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office. At the same time, I'm the country coordinator of Grow Foundation. Thank you.
All right, let's hand it over to him. He will take it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Kusemelera Cherry. I work with IRC, the International Water and Sanitation Center.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dorcas. I work with UBC TV.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brenda Achiro, Country Director, Water for People.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jane Navinya Malunga, Country Director, IRC, International Water and Sanitation Center.
Good morning. My name is Flavia Nakawiyebuire. I work with the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda. I'm the manager in charge of membership and financial inclusion. And we have a financial inclusion initiative, which we call the YCAD program, Water Credit Adoption Program, supported by water.org.
Good morning. My name is Mucho Susan. I work with the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda as a researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rosary Tatsare. I work with the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda. I manage the Water Credit Adoption Program. The program is about supporting financial institutions, mostly the microfinance, integrate a water and sanitation loan product. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jalia Kosinga from the EU delegation. I manage programs, projects related to environment, climate change, forestry, and biodiversity. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm called Dr. Kalistin Mugaya, Commissioner for Water Resources Planning and Regulation, Minister of Water and Environment.
Thank you. Good morning. Alex Ariho, the Chief Executive Officer of AIN. AIN is the African Agribusiness Incubators Network. Happy to meet you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alfred Okotokidi. I'm the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can actually feel and see that in this auditorium we have people of different backgrounds, different expertise, different skills. And I'm sure we're going to use these skills you can see that we have different skills, we are from different backgrounds, and we can make use of that in this dialogue, try to enrich the theme of today. My name is Patrick Kamara. I work from Nation Media Group, but I also work with Wizards Foundation as my substantive job somewhere in Ntinda, though I'm known as a broadcast journalist. I'm very happy for having been invited to come here because, ladies and gentlemen, let's face it, for some of us who are Ugandans, we can say we are lucky because God put us in one of the most spots of the world, in one of the most beautiful areas of the world. In fact, almost 100 years ago, the former British Prime Minister, when he visited this country, because he was dazzled by the beauty of Uganda, he called this country the Pearl of Africa. If it were to be that Prime Minister would come back here, I don't know what he would call us now. Because clearly we have destroyed our environment. You know, for those who come from Mbarara City, there's a river called Ruizi. That river is supposed to be feeding that city. 20, 30 years ago, that river was gushing with water, but today River Ruizi has turned into a trickle. Why? Because of the human activity on the riverbanks, not caring for the riparian buffer. It is the same if you're coming from Mpanga, around Mpanga River. It is the same if you're coming from Kasese and you know River Nyamwamba. It's the same if you know River Deng, River Aswa, or River Tangi. So this finite resource, our rivers, our forests, our swamps have been destroyed. But I believe we, the people, who have destroyed our environment, we still have the skill, we still have the capabilities to restore what has been destroyed. So where is the will? Where is the political will? But it's not only the will, also we need the resources. How do we measure the resources? Remember, the forests do not need us to survive, but we need the forests. So today, I'm looking forward to hear those views. I will be studying, I'll be listening keenly. I'm sure you also do, so that at least we can add value to the understanding of where we can get the resources, how we can protect our environment, our swamps, our water, and have a hygiene environment. I'm happy to know in this auditorium, we have members of parliament. I'm happy to know we have an ambassador who has been sent to the East African region. Can you imagine when they send you Ambassador Mukalazi, from the other side to here? We are lucky to have Ambassador Mukalazi coming from the other side to this part of the world to bring out value. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the country director, IRC, Madam Jen Navunya Mulumba, to come and give us welcoming remarks. Let us welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And thank you, everyone. My PS, commissioners, assistant commissioners, ambassadors, members of parliament, colleagues in the civil society, the media. I'm here to welcome you, but also to thank you. So welcome to this national dialogue that has been organized, led by the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Water Resources Institute, and supported by Water for People and IRC International Water and Sanitation Center. We have a partnership agreement, a tripartite agreement that brings us together to do these kinds of things, organize national dialogues, sector dialogues, do research, and do a number of things as we work towards 2030 and beyond. Scaling up financing. The assumption is that something is already happening, so we are scaling it up. And what exactly does that mean? That's why we are here, to really share ideas and think together. Financing is a deep wound in the work that we do. We don't have it, we don't have enough, but we have something that we hope will be scaled up. We need more resources, not just to achieve 2030, but 2030 plus. I think the examples that we've already received of Ruizi being a trickle, how do you bring it back? You can have all the brains, but you need money. How do we get that money? How do we address the Mpangas of this world that are really in a mess? Even the Katongas, they need to be addressed. We need money. And where do we get that money? What are the alternative sources of money? What are the blended sources of money? How do we tap a little bit more into public financing? How do we convince those who allocate resources that water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, climate change, or climate issues are the issues that are the basis, the foundation for the other issues to happen, for the other SDGs to be delivered? Without water, without sanitation, and accepting climate change that we have it here, we really cannot move. You can't talk about good health without water. You can't talk about smart cities without water. And not just water, but safely managed water. How do we ensure that our utilities, the national waters, the umbrellas really get the resources they need to deliver safely managed water services. So we are here to talk about financing. And it's a story that we started. I think, PS, this is our 4th dialogue. And still, we have some answers. In other areas, we don't have the answers. How do we convince our government to put more money in the sector? Do we have the evidence? Have we generated enough evidence? I remember the late Keith Muhakanizi. I think the first meeting, PS, when he had just become PS, he looked at you and said, what is so big about water? When I go to my house, I flush, there is water. And the PS had to tell him that there is much, much more than just flushing. So we really need to come together and address the gaps that are affecting us. Without money, we cannot move. We need to scale up financing for our sector and specifically for the issues that we have outlined: water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, and addressing climate change. I welcome you to this dialogue. I thank you for coming. And I really know that we are going to come up with very good ideas, which, as the Water Resources Institute of the Ministry of Water and Environment, working together with the other partners, we would like to pick up and push forward. I thank you for coming. I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Give Madam Jane Navunya another round of applause. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing an existential threat. And we, as a people, have put ourselves in a self-destructive mode. We do not know the way how we look for sources of energy, the way how we take care of our resources is self-destructive. And we are going towards the abyss, towards the edge. Unless we do something, then we're going to find ourselves in an irreversible situation. Let us welcome, with another big round of applause, the Country Director, Water for People, Brenda Achiro, to come and also give us welcoming remarks. Brenda.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you all. Thank you, the PS, commissioners, assistant commissioners, ambassadors, private sector here, financing institutions, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. I will add my voice to welcome you all to this dialogue. It is one in a series of them. And there's a reason why we are keeping them in series. We are trying to keep financing in the wash sector on top of the agenda. And so we shall keep speaking it again and again until it's in the face of practitioners, until it's in the face of decision makers, and until we see change happening. Everybody's talking about sustainability. There is a shift. Everyone is talking about how do we sustain wash services, the environment. Now, without talking about financing, there is no way we are going to see sustainability. And so in view of seeing sustainability in all we are doing, in view of seeing our environment protected, we cannot run away from talking about financing. And therefore, that is why together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Water Resources Institute, there is a subcommittee that is dedicated. I think it has IRC, it has CISBAG, and a number of partners who make it a point that at every Uganda Water and Environment Week, we are talking about financing in the sector. And then during the year, before we get into the next water week, we keep everybody engaged talking about the same thing. So Thank you all for joining that steering committee, to keep the agenda on financing in the sector on top of everything that we do. Thank you and welcome to you again.
Thank you very much. You know, members of parliament have many roles, but one of them is appropriation, making a budget and passing the budget. So now that we have a member of parliament amongst us here, the Honorable Megade Robert Ndugwa, member of parliament representing Buvuma Islands, somebody who was taking a boat this morning to come to Kampala. And by the way, Honorable, we remember the other day how risky it is nowadays to go through Lake Victoria. Let me allow us to amend the program so that I can invite the Honorable Megade Robert, member of parliament for Buvuma Island. We hear you and you give us welcoming remarks, because for you, you have a cardinal role, appropriation. And here we are talking about money. Let's welcome you with a round of applause.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning once again. I will not go through the protocol again, but for emphasis, I'm Megade Robert Ndugwa, MP of Buvuma Islands. We are that's on Lake Victoria, where we have a lot of water, but dirty water. I need to emphasize that. I've been telling the PS many times. But in Parliament, I also chair the Committee on National Economy. That committee is responsible for approving borrowing and also advising Parliament and government on the performance of the economy. So that committee is also responsible for many of the loans that are under Ministry of Water and Environment and National Water, because many of the projects, ongoing projects, are through borrowing. And we need also to appreciate that out of the 52 trillion budget for this financial year, only 29 trillion is through local revenue out of the 52. So the rest is through borrowing. And I also have to emphasize that as a committee, we do oversight on how loans are faring, their performance. And I want to emphasize that for national water, they have the best performing loans. But for water, Ministry of Water and Environment, there are very many poorly performing loans. And when we sit in some of those meetings, much as the challenge is the financing, but there is also an issue of the misuse of the little money that is available. When you go to the districts, every district receives money for under the water department. How do they utilize that money? Do you find boreholes repaired? Does the money go to do that? You find all of the boreholes are repaired by politicians, yet the money goes there. So the issue goes beyond funding. There's also how we utilize the little. As Parliament, we are always available as a committee, but we don't simply say, give money here. We look at what is the plan that you have submitted to Parliament. Because yes, we appropriate, but we don't plan. The planning aspect, comes from another perspective. So we look at the non-funded priorities. What are your non-funded priorities that you are saying, okay, we didn't fund this. So if there is none, we can't fund. We can't even agitate for funding. We can only argue politically, you need to fund here, there. But as far as convincing finance that you need to put money here, then it is the Minister of Water and Environment and the other partners to package, that what should actually convince Parliament. Otherwise, MPs are concerned, and on other paper, they have seen there is the rainwater harvesting bill. People are now bringing bills because they think there is a challenge with the rainwater. So you can see where we have gone. So I'm happy to be here. When I received the call, I asked the one who called me, who are the other people you are inviting? Told me there are many members of parliament. And when I reached here, I don't know who are the other members. I don't know whether I was only doing it to ensure that I'm here, but I'm here. Thank you very much. I want to wish you a good day.
Give Honorable Megadi another round of applause for representing Parliament. Maybe they are potential members of Parliament. I hope that does not scare you. But thank you for having honored the invitation, sir. He talked about two things I picked. Effective utilization of the money that has been given to us. He's challenging the effective use, value for money. He's a member of Parliament. Remember, when the Auditor General goes through the books, they are the ones who look through. So when he sheds the light, he thinks there hasn't been effective utilization. Let's think about it. Because we are looking for resources. But also he said from Buvuma Island that the water is dirty. Can you imagine? Why is it dirty? Human activity, I suppose. And if you go to Gaba, where the national water used to get water from, that you're crediting so much, I am told there around the water is even worse. Because the filtration system from Kampala through the Nakivubo channel, all the swamps have been cleared. All the effluent is going into Lake Victoria, and I'm sure they are suffering trying to clean that water. No wonder they have now gone to as far as Katosi. But even Katosi can be made dirty. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Permanent Secretary Minister of Water and Environment to come and open this dialogue officially. Please, let's welcome with a round of applause. And I'm also welcoming those who are joining us virtually online. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's also give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Kamara. The Chair of National Economy and the Member of Parliament for Buvuma, partners in development, executive directors, commissioners present, senior government officials from central and local government, representatives of the civil society organizations, private sector, religious institutions, and all other stakeholders, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this dialogue on financing water, sanitation, environment, and climate change in Uganda, being held here in Kampala. Honorable Member of Parliament, we deliberately invited you here because you are our key stakeholder, but you are also our problem. This year, you have actually chopped from the budget of the Ministry of Water and Environment 63 billion shillings. And I cannot give you water in Buvuma because of that. And part of that money is for counterpart funding, and that explains why we struggle on some of those fronts. But again, really just for emphasis purposes, we do not have any non-performing loan in the Ministry of Water and Environment. We do not have any non-performing loan. I actually have a cabinet paper to that effect. And at an appropriate moment, Honorable Member of Parliament, I know some of them have delayed because of funding issues, but we'll engage, certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, water and environment resources are key for socioeconomic development of Uganda and in increasing household incomes, reduction of impacts of disaster, and improvement of the quality of the lives of the population of the people of Uganda. These resources present an impetus for sustainability of the key growth sectors of the economy, such as agriculture, minerals, petroleum, tourism, among others. Funding to the water and environment sector has, however, been lower than expected over the years. Budget allocations to the sector against the total national budget slightly increased in 2019-20 to 3% of the entire budget. And in 2021, we went to 4.5%. 2021, 22, and 22, 23, we declined to 3.3%. And this financial year, we slumped to 2.2%. The current financing requirements of the sector to meet the Sustainable Development Goal targets are estimated at about 7.6 trillion shillings annually. However, only 1.6 trillion shillings is budgeted, representing just about 21% of the annual requirement. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worth noting that the public so government funding provides a lion's share of the financial resources of the water, environment, and climate change sector. The lower allocation to the sector, therefore, provides a huge challenge. We are aware of the tight budget and the increasing debt burden that the country is facing. In addition, what is approved under the national budget is not necessarily released to implement and deliver the set targets of the sector. Thus, the water and environment sector has continually been receiving a small share of the overall budget, yet it has an enormous task to be done to manage and develop water and environment resources and protect the country from the impacts of climate change. The above challenges, therefore, reiterates the need for identifying multiple and innovative sources and mechanisms to fund the water and environment sector so as to address the current and emerging water and environment climate change related issues and challenges while supporting the country to achieve its objectives of development of moving into middle income status. As a sector, we value partnerships and collaboration and give a lot of priority to regular dialogues with our stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society, organizations, development partners, the academia, religious and cultural leaders, and other actors. As a government, we recognize the critical role we have to play in strengthening the means of implementation and revitalizing partnership for sustainable development of water and environment resources, and to address the climate change challenges. Private sector needs to step up and boldly support the ecosystems that drive their very existence. This dialogue, therefore, is timely, and it is focused on getting views from a wide range of stakeholders from within and outside Uganda on how the funding of the water and environment sector can be scaled up. It will also help us to identify innovative financing sources that the water and environment sector can pursue in an effort to scale up the implementation of its programs and deliver on the targets. This is actually one of the things that has been captured in the amended water policy, and I think Cabinet has directed that we strengthen this particular area. I wish, therefore, to thank the IRC and Water for People for working with my ministry to organize this dialogue. Your technical and financial support is very much appreciated. I also wish to thank the different speakers and panelists for sparing time to share their experiences, views, and perspectives on the topic of financing water, sanitation, environment, and climate change. I would like, in a very special way, to thank the Water Resources Institute for coordinating the organization of this dialogue and for continuously mobilizing stakeholders and partners to work with the sector on such cross-cutting issues. I would like to thank all of you for sparing time to be here and contribute to this dialogue. I want to assure you all of my ministry's commitment to continue collaborating with all our partners to ensure that water, sanitation, and environment services are effectively delivered to the people of Uganda. I also want to assure you that we shall implement the recommendations of the dialogue and ensure that the financing for the sector is improved. We are very cognizant of value for money and proper implementation of projects. And that is one of our core values in the Ministry of Water and Environment. I thank you all for coming to attend this dialogue. It is now my pleasure to declare this dialogue officially open for God and my country.
Give the PS another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for opening our dialogue officially, so we can now get into the business. You know, you talked a few things and many things, but I just wanted to just highlight one issue. Even the dams that we're building on the River Nile and other rivers will depend on the hydrology, our forests and our swamps. So if we deplete our forest cover, even those dams will go dry. But think about this. For every Ugandan, like 97% or more of Ugandans who are going to have lunch or dinner tonight, it will either be prepared either using charcoal or wood. But also ask yourself, for those 97%, how many of them in their lifetime have been able to plant a tree or two or three? And yet every day, a tree is being cut to give them the energy needs to cook food. Are we not destroying ourselves? Think about it. So what is the alternative so that we can save our environment and save our forests and eventually save our water sources? Alternative methods, I suppose. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to that moment when we have to hear our keynote speaker. And our keynote speaker is a man with a wealth of experience. Our keynote speaker is a visiting professor of business incubation, entrepreneurship, and development management in several universities, including American Heritage University of Southern California in USA, London College of Business Studies, UK, Cape Coast University in Ghana, Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania, Bishop Stuart University in Uganda, and Uganda Management Institute. Our keynote speaker is a professor and global consultant of business incubation, entrepreneurship, and development management with special interest and focus on jobs, employment, and wealth creation. He previously worked, among others, with Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa as Unibrain Facility Coordinator responsible for Africa technology commercialization through business incubation, working closely with over 296 universities, research organizations, governments, incubators, accelerators, African governments, and enterprise support organizations. Our keynote speaker this morning holds a PhD in development management, master's degree in development studies, and bachelor's degree in business administration, among other relevant qualifications. Let us welcome with a round of applause Professor Alex Ariho, the Chief Executive Officer, Africa Business Incubators Network. Professor Aliho, sir.
Thanks so much for the introductions. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Members of Parliament here, the PS, my great friend, thanks for great remarks. The representatives from the government partners, the private sector representatives that are here, the media, fraternity. I see the academia, the retired professionals. I saw some colleagues here from the same network. Government officials from different institutions or government ministries. Ladies and gentlemen, happy to be here this morning. And thanks, my friend Patrick, for the introductions. First of all, thanks to Dr. Calist and the team for inviting me to share with you. It's always a pleasure to be here to share with colleagues, brothers and sisters. I see a number of friends and colleagues that we have worked together before. I'm based in Accra, Ghana, once again. I head one of the technical arms of the African Union called AIN. AIN is the African Agribusiness Incubators Network. And at the same time in Uganda, I happen to be the founding director of Excel Hot Consult Agribusiness Incubator that is also supporting a number of countries, not only Uganda. But what is important here today, this morning, I would like to pick my experience and sharing with you from where the PS stopped. And I'll start with a simple formula. I think when you presented, I made a summary, and this is what I picked. I think you're saying we need to look at innovative sources. Therefore, innovative sources, we need to look at innovative sources, but at the same time, we need to do innovative use. We need to move beyond the utilization, but innovative use. And if we do innovative sources and we're able to explore innovative use, we should be able to get what we call sustainable financing and development. Now, having said that, can somebody assist with technology here? I'd like to move the slides. So the theme of today, looking at upscaling finance. Thank you. A number of you already mentioned from the remarks the importance of water, sanitation, environment, climate change. Definitely, we all agree that these are critical aspects that will help the transformation of our economies. There's no doubt. I don't think I need to focus much about how we all appreciate the importance of water. But ladies and gentlemen, it's also unfortunate that actually 65% of the fresh water bodies are in Africa, and particularly in the Great Lakes region. But what are we doing with the available water? Even before we do the destruction. Are we taking advantage of the fresh waters that we have? Are we managing our environment in a sustainable way that will lead the economic transformation that we're talking about? We're talking about unemployment in the country, in the countries, in Africa across. Our youth are leaving the continent, going to other parts of the world. Why? They're unemployed because we are not utilizing the resources we have effectively. And we are not using the resources in a way that is going to address the challenges at hand. So the discussion today, we need to look at innovative solutions. What needs to be done in order to address the challenge at hand? It is important also to appreciate that true, there's a reduction in budget allocations. But it is not by accident. It's because either the country is constrained or the continent is constrained, and we're all struggling for the minimum resources, a very small budget envelope where all eyes are looking at the same, they're looking at the same environment, the same budget, and definitely there's going to be a struggle. Now, let's look at our response in terms of addressing the African Union Agenda 2063 and looking at the Sustainable Development Goals. Because talking about water, sanitation, and environment is not by accident. The member states of the African Union sat together and they're able to look at what needs to be done and where do we put the focus. Very critical. Without safeguarding the environment, we are aware that we cannot talk about economic transformation, we cannot talk about services, we are not able to talk about economic transformation because water provides that kind of foundation. Clean water and sanitation is one of the critical sustainable development goals of the UN. What are we doing? So the discussion of today, I'm happy the partners that supported this dialogue. It's not by accident. You are making a fundamental contribution towards the realization of the Agenda 2063, but at the same time, the implementation of sustainable development goals. Now, peers and colleagues, it's unfortunate by 2022 to note that 2.4 billion people of the world are still not accessing clean water. We're living in stress water areas. Just 2022, 2.4 billion people. That's not a small number. So when you talk about scaling up financing, the challenge is, my brother Patrick, it's not a small challenge, something big. And this is something that cannot be done by the Ministry of Water alone. It calls upon the lot of different actors to address the challenges. And that's the reason why we are together to discuss and understand what needs to be done. Look at the budget allocations. The PS already mentioned that. You note that the challenge of funding is enormous. The debt burden impact is big. And we're going to continue to struggle. Actually, the security report of the world indicates that the next 5-10 years, all the conflicts of the world will be related around resources and particularly water. So Dr. Karis, you're not addressing something for today. We are already aware. The futuristic studies indicate that the next wars around, the conflicts will be around water and environment. So it is important that we start these discussions today because we're already aware that we're in a dilemma in terms of resources, the finances. You're aware about the withdrawals of different development partners and countries. They're saying, look, we're not going to give you any more money. But at times, not because even resources are not available, but there are a number of factors, including efficient use, demonstrating impact. Good. The PS talked about the performance of the ministry in terms of utilizing the available resources. But you're also aware that some ministries' resources, even the available small budget, goes back. Same country. It's a big challenge. How are we using the available resources creatively to make sure that we create solutions that should be able to attract more resources internally or outside? Let's look at our current budget and look at the trends. You can see already how the trend of reduction. 2019, 2020, 3.0. 2020, 2022, 3.3. 1920, yes, we're 4.5, a bit better. But where are we now? 2022, 2023, 2.2. Are we safe? Does it mean that the importance of water and environment, sanitation and hygiene, Ndugumbaguta, should we say, because you said you're an advisor, should I say that you have been advised that the priorities has changed? I don't understand this. But at the same time, I understand from the point of the fact that there are no resources. There's a struggle. Every ministry is trying to pick. Very challenging. Now, financing versus implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, even what is approved, when the PS is celebrating and Dr. Kalis is saying partners come together, there is approved budget. The following day, what is released is completely different from what is approved. And therefore, it's stuck. It is not stuck alone. It's a whole chain. It goes back. The impact goes up to my mother down. It goes to River Nyamwamba, the Rugwizu community. The impact goes to Auja. It goes down to Maziva, the entire country is affected. Now, look at the fact that we already appreciate that definitely water, environment, and climate change sector definitely receive the limited share. But at the same time, they are ambitious targets because right away from the district, if you go to the PSC's office, if you go to the minister, if you go to the commissioners, there are a lot of demands. People are not saying no. They think you have the resources. The pressure is there. So the ambitious plans with limited resources. So the discussion of today is not we're saying it's going to be some miracle. You know, I usually share and say, be careful. Jesus did his part. He did the miracles then. But the remaining option now is innovation. If you think that he's going to come back and multiply the bread or increase the budget, ladies and gentlemen, no. It is us to innovatively explore what can be done and come up with innovative solutions. And that's the reason we're here today, to dialogue, discuss, explore options that can help us meet the targets. This young man expects good water. The targets of increasing access of safe water, increasing rural water supply from 69% to 85% by 2025, it has not changed. Water storage targets, where are we? Conservation. So for us to be able to meet the ambitious targets, we need to do things differently. When you plant yam, you harvest yam. You don't expect cassava. So as long as we are aware and say, look, these are the targets, we need to do things differently. And this calls for innovative financing strategies, ladies and gentlemen. So we need to think together, look at some of the options. How do we narrow down and look at options like tax increment financing? Some countries are able to do that. But this requires us to be able to engage, because if you look at the decentralization policy, you go to the districts, they take over, they are responsible for the local governments. How are we engaging them? How are we working together with the Minister of Local Government to ensure that the planning process, I'm happy, I expect my senior sister here, Prof. Pamela, from the planning department. There must be a close relationship for us to achieve alternative financing. Paul, you talked about corporate social responsibility initiatives. I'll talk about this later. But in a number of countries, including Ghana, where I stay, there's a lot. I'm happy you even mentioned that, yes, last week we were in Ghana and we were launching another program. We need to innovatively think about different options. Climate change funds. Why do we depend from climate change funds only initiated from outside? We can initiate something home. True. We still need international support. We can continue to collaborate with other development partners within and outside to attract resources. Strategic partnerships. But this requires a change in mindset, the way we do things. Some of us, even on Sunday, you sit from the same corner. The last 10 years, you have been sitting the same corner, and you expect different results. Same partners, you come here, you say, which partners you're working with, same people you see today are the same people you see next year. I can actually predict the people I'm likely to meet. And that's why Dr. Kallis and the team are saying, look, let's come out. Where is Airtel? Where is mobile money? I mean, Money Pesa team. Where is MTN? All these guys use water. We need them in this discussion. This dialogue needs to look at beyond the traditional partnerships. When you talk about alternative financing, it's not about the people you have been meeting the same club, play golf with, and you maintain that status quo and you expect different results. Yes. The team needs to come out. Now, when we do that, what do we get? Increase resources in terms of responsibility. We open markets for our products. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to move to what we call market-driven investment. Don't talk about social, talk about, then you call people, you give them money, and when you read the development plan, it is still talking about beneficiaries. Choice of words. People are coming to benefit. They are not ready to work because you told them they are project beneficiaries. The ministry has bought money. They must benefit. They put their hands back. Valence, isn't it true? If you call me beneficiary, what do I expect? I sit. Colleagues in the room, we need to change as we get out. We are creating a lot of dependency that will not add value based on the available resources, and we expect impact and to get more funds. No. Market-driven investment. Where are the products? Can we take stock of the products? I just want to use this example. I want to congratulate Dr. Kallis. I'm here because, I mean, my schedule is not easy, but whenever he says, please come and make a contribution, I do. Because the Minister of Water, even at African Union, even the World Bank, the reports where we participate in reviewing and providing guidance, you are trying your best. You're one of the ministries that is actually making a big, huge difference. At times, they call you to review a document, a proposal, then when they reach your country, then you are like, okay, you want to face this side because you are feeling, you know, you are reviewing a document technically, but now when it comes to your country, you feel bad. This is just happening around River Wiz in Barada. And himself usually is down there. I've met PS around Nyamwamba, in the Kasese, physically there, climbing hills, joining society. You must lead by example. Resource mobilization is not being in very big offices with AC. People are busy talking about corporate dinners, breakfast meetings. You are still budgeting for 1 week workshop. You expect money. No. No. Last year, I went to Kenya with my friend, Professor George Tumwesije and Professor Tenra from Makerere. We had some good work, and when we finished, we said, let's go and have one for the road after work. Yeah, it is very necessary. You have to motivate yourself. So we went to some place, It was Saturday in Kenya, in Westlands. The place is called Galileo. Those of you who know Westlands, a very good place called Galileo. So the place was very good. So went back. The following day, after around lunchtime or around lunchtime thereafter, I said, look, Prof, why can't we go back? You know, the place was nice. That was Sunday now. We went back. As we entered, as we were entering, we were ushered in by some young ladies. And looking around, the place had changed. I thought we had gotten lost. We had gone to another place. It was the same place. What was there? What was happening? Where we had gone for one for the road, Sunday, it was a busy church. So we had to play fast. Because they ushered us and we were already there and we had even to give what? Some offertory. Ladies and gentlemen, what am I trying to drive home? Attitude. Here in Uganda, it is not easy to use the same facility for that business, and on Sunday, it turns as a church. Because there's some budget to spend somewhere called workshop. It must be organized in a certain facility. How many workshops do we hold in the rural areas? And there are empty churches that can work as facilities. We must do things differently. So when you talk about the economy of Kenya, don't be surprised. It is attitude. My point is about attitude. How do we do things? We need to change the way we do things. So if we look at an option of what we call tax incremental financing, for example, you are able to engage and finance some rural-based water projects. And the LC5 can lead this. The sub-county can lead this. Then the ministry is coming up technically to provide guidance. I liked when the PS was talking, discussing and saying, look, it's already existing infrastructure by the ministry. And we have actually, it is the first, I think, among the first ministries that decided even to create rural, or how do I call it, regional offices outside Kampala. You're in Mbarara, you're in Fort Portal, you're in Mbale, there are offices. You can reach the services of the ministry. Truth be told, leadership is critical in anything we're talking about. Alternative financing requires innovative leaders with positive mind to try things. You know, some of us, we are still from the background of this is how we do things. You don't know the ministry, you know? I've been here for some years. I know how it works. But you and who? You're causing poverty. This is my mandate. There's always a struggle of mandate. Alternative financing requires the 4 C's. I'm going to summarize this. It requires 4 C's. The first C is co-creation. This dialogue is about co-creation, creative thinking. 2 is co-financing. If you don't call me on the table and we think together, it is difficult to call me later to put resources and contribute because I don't know what I'm contributing to. Three, co-implementation. Different roles and responsibilities. That's why this dialogue is bringing and being supported by different partners. They're saying, look, we can add value and leverage. Leveraging. Co-implementation. They're experts. I may not have the money, but I may have the expertise to provide. Patrick may come in and say, look, I mobilize the media. That's money. Let's not look outside only. Talking about debt, increasing, borrowing, there's an issue. Step 4 is co-learning. Ladies and gentlemen, alternative financing requires constant learning. Don't talk about your profession. I did this, I'm a water engineer, and therefore what I say is this. My friend, there's a lot to be done. We need to document what we have done. I cannot invest in air. People need to be convinced that they are products and services. by. Climate change funds. We can innovate and create systems here that can deliver on this. I can give you examples there. The Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, the Global Environment Facility. Why are all these things coming from outside? Patrick, you think there is something very, very, very unique that we cannot sit and create also local facilities, even in rural areas? Attitude. Before you start, they start asking, who are you? Try. We need to understand that these innovations can add value if we are able to innovate together and do different things. We need to take action. We need to do capacity building. We need to do global collaboration and look at long-term gains. No, the other day I was discussing, sorry, but I usually ask Callisto when I want to understand a lot of things about also the structures and local systems in Uganda. Yeah, the last 13 years I've been moving around the globe. Then I picked interest. I had to read one of the district development plans. And I picked around 10 to understand what is happening. And I looked at the structure of the staff of the local government up to the district. When you talk about alternative finance, you need to build the capacity. There must be somebody at the district responsible for resource mobilization. The language of resource mobilization is different from the technical language you're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. How many people do you have at the ministry that are able to convince a pattern? Do you have negotiators? I've been in committees and I see, because I represent Africa on the EU negotiation committee. I know what happens. Whom are you sending? You send a person who's going to WhatsApp for 4 hours. By the time we read through the document, the person is finishing to WhatsApp. We are discussing something else. You get, that's the deal you get. Garbage in, garbage out. Now, I've just decided to put a pool of different, what I may call a pool of different alternative financing options and models. Venture capital, equity financing, angel investors. Or this is where you're getting money. I know the trick. You're getting money from angel investors. The angel investors will not come for this meeting. He will tell you the trick. Early morning breakfast, 1 hour done. The CEOs want to rush for other things. Don't call them for this workshop for 3 hours. Deal done. If you realize it is difficult, go to play golf. I started playing golf in 1999 because I needed to associate with what? Yes, because then people started talking and say, look, you man, the golf is for the rich. But I also asked them, I never made an agreement with God to be poor. So I need to associate. I'm very serious. You are in charge of the ministry, but you have 3 friends. So you can't get money. Honestly, whom do you associate with will matter. The capital you bring in. What I'm talking about here, the language will look like there's nothing you understand there because it is not your vocabulary. You're used to how we were doing things in 1970, using alternatives, approaches of 18th century to solve problems of the 21st century. Honestly, we're not serious. So the international support requires strategic partnerships. When you go out, do intelligence. Yes, we have to start what we call the due diligence. Before somebody is bringing a project in Uganda, by the time the person is landing at the airport, I already know which project that is coming. Who is doing the due diligence? It's not just alternative financing. Then somebody is saying airport visa. Before somebody gets a visa, I know the purpose. Countries, that's what they do. The other day, I mean, I'll tell you small things. Because you see, this is home, I'll tell the truth. I met somebody, 2 ministries, and then later I said, there's some money we can give Uganda on ABCD. But the 2 times I've been here, I've tried to make an appointment. I can't get because the PA says, a call, he's now busy. Next day, I don't have the time to sit for 3 hours at the reception waiting to see you, to give you money in addition. But because of the colonial system, when you find the people lining to see you for 2 days, you are very happy that you are powerful. You give me the PA to, I mean, I respect them. But it's okay. Evaluate, find out who called. Some money goes back, ladies and gentlemen. Very critical. So how do we change the way we do things? We need to put our hands together. We need to work as a team. Teamwork is important. For me, discussing about alternative financing, when you are not ready to change, it won't work. Truth be told, we need to change the way we do things. Forget about the history of Kamara 10 years back. You know, some of us, it is what is in the mind. Things have changed. I know, definitely there are challenges, but at the same time, there are gains. We don't need to concentrate on the challenges. We need to look at the strategies. What can be done? What can be done differently? Government, civil society, partnerships, very strategic. Joint projects, develop programs together. It's no longer the other thing of saying now IRC will come and support. Now it's time of design thinking. It is called design thinking. It's no longer the other. No, you sit Calist, you call a table, we develop a project together. The other group will do the same. We come up with products. Private sector involvement in water and sanitation projects. I already gave examples. Let's invite Airtel, MTN, all those companies. They should be here. Several banks should be here discussing what can we do together. It is actually not even what we can do. Some countries, can I tell you the example? Countries for now, Emirates, Kerem, Emirates, and Air France. They are paying Ethiopia very good money because the government sat and said, you guys, you are polluting what? Our environment. So before you land, part of the small money you pay per ticket, something goes to the environment. That's how trust funds are developed. Just thinking differently. It's a question of saying, whoever is coming to visit Nyamwamba or River Wizi, whatever, please, there's a gate, small fee. There's no small money. It's a currency. One by one, eventually find you have got $1 billion to run 2-3 projects. I don't want to lay you much about that, but I just want to ask one small thing as I conclude. That the future of this world, the future of Uganda, the future of water is in the hands of the young people. For your information, Dr. Calist and colleagues, EU, currently, that's 29 countries. They passed a resolution, and Uganda was part of the delegation, part of the people that signed that. 60% of funds that come to Africa, 60% of the funds must go for initiatives that demonstrate to support youth, because they are worried your people are causing problems there. Therefore, for the ministry to get any money, whoever is writing the project, just be aware that you must demonstrate that you are working with young people. That's why I'm bringing that as alternative financing. Any loan from the African Development Bank, from the World Bank, you are aware, Paul. Read all those documents. You must demonstrate how many jobs you're going to create. So don't write traditional proposals, 300 pages, and say, no, I'm a good writer. They are not going to read. Demonstrate impact and engage these young people. So they are very innovative. They will manage crowdfunding. You will not manage the time of spending 2 hours or 3 hours WhatsApping. They will do. These young people will do. In an hour or two, they will have reached the world and they'll give you feedback, how many people on Twitter that are responding. That's what you need. Then you test whether the model is working. You get the appetite. Who is interested to fund Project X? So very, very, very important. Now, I wish Dr. Kalish is here for this. The PS, I can speak on this when you're here. 2 years back, I visited Uganda and I was here after the Water and Environment Week. And Dr. Kalish said, look, if you're still around for about a week, can I go with you to the field? And I said, fine. We went to Kasese. When I reached Kasese and we visited, I think even the PS was there, that I recall they were initiating some project. It was, I think, inception meeting. And everybody was complaining, talking about the challenge around River Nyamwamba and the floods. You see? Floods, everybody's like, now there's a problem. All these stones that have come, what do we do? But I noted the two important things, ladies and gentlemen. While we were moving around and we were talking, I looked at the investment that the ministry had made in terms of supporting the channel, the water, channeling the water to make sure it does not destroy the crops, households around. And that canal, I mean, they're very expensive investments. So the water, we are losing it, is going where? Where does it end, Kamara? We'll discuss that. But you already know the destination. Now, the water is going, sand is going, soil is going, stones are. So basically, you are a net exporter of 4 major products. And you are crying and saying poverty, unemployment, my friend. So while we were discussing, I said, look, today I was sharing with the PS experience, and he was sharing with me what he saw in Namibia. And I'm happy. I'd seen the same thing. So I shared with them when they said, say something. And I picked something, one, and I said, look, why don't we start with the stones and see what we can do with young people to turn these stones and come up with a product. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see there now, over 500 youths are now engaged in production of products from the very stones they were crying, calling it a problem. Now it is a blessing. They are very happy to make tiles, to make plates, a number of things, creating jobs, earning money. So how many of you that have passed on similar stones, I don't want to refer to the stones, but use that analogy. You pass over opportunities repeatedly all the time, and you keep people poor. So that's why Professor Buiza says that poor means passing over opportunities repeatedly to other people. Uganda has been passing over opportunities. Water goes, stones go, soil and sand. Can we change around wherever we are, engage our people, and come up with a product and call an investor? So what Dr. Kalista and the ministry is doing now, we are looking for an investor. And that means now we are not talking about conservation only, we are talking about the product. Are you getting the difference of talking about what we call market-driven investment? Now it is easier to attract a funder because there is a product which the ministry is putting on table. Don't talk about ideas. So many people passed away with very good ideas, no action. Time is now to act. I just want to remind you, there is value at risk. If you don't act, this is my summary. There is a loss. We are sitting on timing bomb. And time is not our ally. But we must also build the confidence level to know that these things can be done. Otherwise, the amount of loss is going to be higher. Very, very, very important in terms of how we look at what we do, what we expect, and the kind of impact that we need to create. Now, I'm aware of the number of challenges as we navigate. You can see a risk of that gentleman. He's trying to climb up. It's not easy. It's not going to be a smooth road. Some people say, after all, we know. Don't worry. Does not matter the distance, but keep moving, keep walking. Use John Walker model. Keep walking. So Uganda as a country, we must keep walking. We must face the challenge. And I'm confident that we should be able to explore and increase the financing for water, sanitation, hygiene, for our people, for economic transformation. There is no doubt it is possible. There are some best practices that I would like to conclude with. When you see the word we, that is water and environment, cooperative societies, ladies and gentlemen, around Arusha and Baziva, in collaboration with the ministry, we've been able to establish what we call water and environment cooperative unions. And on just internally, locally, average each of the cooperative union now, on their account, they have over 12 million, and they're doing their own activities. Because we never told them that you are beneficiaries. Simple as that. You can visit them. I'm confident about that. You can go and they have bank accounts. They are now registered with Uganda Cooperative Alliance. They are running their own business. They save. If you pick an enterprise, you go pick pineapple, they are saving, now they're adding value. When the Myoga team came and they were saying they're going to give the money for Myoga, they said, no, for us, if you are a member, the money must go there. And we want to know your enterprise. There is a committee to approve the enterprise. Can we pick some lessons? We have done a lot of things, but can we document them and share these best practices that can attract resources? Water and environmental resources business incubation. Can we incubate the businesses? How can you continue to talk about failed projects and you're talking about somebody to give you money? I was in Turkey with Ugandans representing Uganda, and I was very disappointed. One person came with a presentation and is talking about listing problems of Uganda, including soil erosion. An investment summit, you are talking about soil erosion in Turkey. So people no longer invest in problems. They are investing in opportunities. Talk of opportunities for investment. Why? Because at school you are told that you start with a problem statement. That was 18th century. We no longer read such proposals that come with problem statements. We are very good at problem statement. We are looking at the value proposition. Sorry. I would like to conclude with this, with what we call call for action, looking into the future. In my opinion, we need to profile the innovations for investment. There's a lot that you have done. As a ministry, the partners, we need to profile. What can we invest in? So don't go with everything. Go with what we call a compendium of investment opportunities. Those are the documents we should find at the reception. Not 200-page. We can go back to the library and read. But in terms of resource mobilization, when a partner gets put to the PS, a compendium of investment opportunities for water, sanitation, this is it. Contacts are here. Best practices are these. Investment profile is this. Return to investment is this. Projected income in terms of jobs is this. In marketing, we call it WIFM. What is in it for me? I'm not interested in that. I repeat, what is in it for me? Simple. 2, we must change the narrative by documenting best practices and business cases. Let's talk about positive impact. My call, ladies and gentlemen, is that I think it is timely for Uganda to think about the establishment of Uganda Environment and Management Trust Fund. This can be done by this dialogue. It's a question of saying what's going to be the role of IRC, what will be the role of the Water for People. We start our trust fund. Let's not keep talking about, it's possible. The PS needs to provide guidance, and we're able to do that. And it can start supporting innovations. It is high time that we think about making sure that enterprises that support green jobs are sustainable. And that's why incubation and acceleration is important. We cannot continue to support handouts and stop there. How many seedlings that were distributed? 1,000. Trees planted? 25,000. But how many jobs did you create? How many products that we're going to get? Which trees? Who selected the trees? The trees must be selected based on market. First, do the market. If it is going to do with conservation, I can run and go to Cameroon, South Africa, and I look at a tree like Prunus africana. That is now they are looking for it all over the world. So it is not a question of how many trees. We are not talking about trees. We are talking about business. We are talking about business. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to create and establish a reward and recognition system. If I plant the trees, I conserve, I innovate. Kamara, call me and reward me. What does it even take? At time now we start to say reward. No, we have started something. I think Dr. Kalisti can also share experience. You call me if you have a very good school, they do something, we recognize young people, you sign. The child will go home and say, wow, my certificate was signed by Professor so and so. Don't keep titles. If you are the PS, sign now. That CV, it's going to be home forever. Use it now. Reward and recognition is not about money. Appreciate, add value, and encourage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my presentation, my discussion, my address with you by saying that it is evident that scaling up financing in the sectors is not just a necessity, but a pathway to sustainable development. I wish you all the best. I am available for further discussion. You are welcome to engage, dialogue. Let's continue the conversation. I wish you all the best and thank you once again.
You really need to give Professor Riho another round of applause. In my view, Professor Riho has given justice to this topic. Thank you so much. As for me, I was actually in class learning many things. And I'm going to tell you the things I've pointed out that stand out for me. You know, when he decided to go and play golf, he was improving his network. Ladies and gentlemen, let's know it. Your network is your net worth. So you have to improve your network for you to improve your net worth. I think that's what he did. And he's also telling us to look beyond the traditional players, that those who have been giving us money. We can't keep doing the same thing the same way and we expect different results. It can't happen. That's the professor talking. And you know, somehow I want also to thank you, Dr. Kalisti, because with you and other people, there has been an effort to save River Wheezy. At least we hear that. And you know, innovation is key. We even have to know how to innovate, to use the resources that we have as important. You remember the story of Galileo? Him and his friend, they just went somewhere and maybe, taking some spirit. But the following morning, they went back and then they were filled by the Holy Spirit again. Innovation is key. So thank you so much. And he also began telling us the next conflict of the world is likely to start over water. In fact, I remember when they were building the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, I was very worried that perhaps we are on the brink of a real war. Perhaps we're in it, by the way, if you look at it. So there was supposed to be Professor Pamela Mbabazi, Chairperson, National Planning Authority, but I've been advised that we are going to amend the program, not the constitution, the program. I know you're thinking. We're going to amend the program so that we can have somebody else speak to us. But let me also recognize the presence of other members of parliament who have joined us. I remember Honorable Robert Mugabe was worried. He said, I'm alone, but now you're no longer alone, sir. So thank you so much for joining us. I see you, Honorable Ephraim. I see you, Honorable John Bosco, and others whom I don't know. We shall give you the opportunity to express yourselves, but also to add value to this meeting. So may I, at this juncture, sorry? Yes. Yes, Shadow Minister, I recognize your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, I think Professor Pamela will be joining us shortly. But just before she joined us, now that these members of parliament who also do a very important role of appropriation, but also looking through the books of accounts on how we have used the money. Because I've been told it is also not, it is more than just asking for the money, but how do you use it? Sometimes I'm told, actually, Professor Riho, money is taken back to the consolidated account because we have no absorption capacity. Can you imagine that you are looking for the money and then the money is given and you can't use it? And then you go and ask for more? So what is that animal called absorption capacity? So in the meantime, as Professor Pamela comes in, let me give the opportunity to the members of parliament, maybe 2 minutes each one of you, to speak to us. And please, 2 minutes. I know when I say 2 minutes, a member for a politician may not 2 minutes, so that we get to hear from you. I know you also have many obligations for the day, and I'm going to begin with the shadow minister, who is next to me here, and then I'll come to you, John Bosco, Honorable John Bosco, and Ephraim. You okay?
Moderator, thank you so much. Our permanent secretary. Oh, staff from the Ministry of Water and Environment, our fellow members of parliament, and the stakeholders in water and sanitation, as well as climate change. This is Kaya Christine Nachimwero. I'm the woman member of parliament for Chivoga district. I think because you started with the word shadow, usually we introduce ourselves by saying I'm the Minister for Water and Environment in the alternative government. It's when you say shadow, people tend to forget. So we are full ministers, but in the alternative government. Thank you so much for inviting us. I see partners from international organizations. Thank you so much for supporting whatever you have supported. I feel this is the time for mobilizing masses and re-energizing ourselves in speeding up the actions that we put forward to ourselves in terms of implementation of the related policies, laws in water and environment, but in WASH as well. I am also a member of the Forum on Water and Sanitation, and a member of the Climate Change Committee, and a member of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee of Parliament. And currently, We have a number of committee meetings at Parliament, but we feel we need to be with you to remind you that as Parliament, we are also very concerned about the subject matter. First of all, we are very grateful that you are including youth in many of the actions. The challenge we have is that in order for you to measure the change in climate, it must have lasted for 30 years. But most youth are getting history that it used to be like this, but now it is like this. So they are living in today, they may not be able to compare. They have not lived in the past. So we have to convince them, those who have been here for some time, that it used to happen like this, and now for you are living in this. So help us amplify this message that we have to do something. Dear members here, we do have the Climate Change Act in place, although without regulations, but the time is now to amplify our voices, but also to re-energize our implementation. Whistleblowing was provided for in the Act. It's not about people being imprisoned for supporting Kyagulanyi, that you raise, as youth, you raise the voice. But we also need to raise voices on who is actually putting climate injustices in your community. We need whistleblowing. Who is doing what that is destroying the environment to this level? Because me, sometimes I get information, I share with our NEMA executive director, and the NEMA executive director is like, oh, Honorable, where is that? And sometimes I share with the staff, and like, where is that? And the following day, you see there is an action. Meaning, some of our people do destroy the environment without our knowledge. And remember, the staff we have may not be able to monitor. So please, let's embrace the whistleblowing of any environmental degradation to the relevant staff. And then the incentivization of individuals. Everything we talk about, we are bringing in companies. Many people don't have companies. We have seen that under parish development model, people are getting 1 million every individual. Why shouldn't that 1 million, for example, be given to somebody to buy solar, be given to somebody to plant trees? Why is it is possible in other things? Look at the enterprises under parish development model. Tree planting is not one of the enterprises. In most districts, even horticulture is part of that. But beekeeping is not part of that. Tree nursery management is serious business. Organic fertilizer making, organic pesticides making, those are some environmentally friendly enterprises, but they are not provided for in the parish development model. So why should it be like that? So we need to incentivize individuals as well. Partners, wherever you come up, you're looking at only organizations, companies, which companies can no longer stand. It is very difficult to make a company stand now. The country is very poor because people are being encouraged to, repair mosquito nets. A mosquito net you have used for 2 years, they are telling you to repair it and sleep in it. People are very poor. They cannot sustain their companies, but the actions on environmental management must continue. So individual incentives must come in. And then I also want to end by thanking you, the ministry, and all stakeholders here who have managed to utilize the funds given to us in time. We have a challenge. You are given money this month, and you can only start implementation in March, and then your absorption capacity is low, and then the money goes back. Members, that is serious. We are getting ashamed. It is very ashamed to say we are taking back the money when the actions are not on the ground. We need to be timely. Everything is calling on us to be timely. Labor saving in order to catch up with the season. Labor saving in order to reduce on the time women spend in gardens. Labor saving to catch up with a lot of things. So we are calling on us also to quicken whatever we do in our time in order to offset the negative effects of climate change. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I see the moderator is looking at me, and usually when you overstay on the mic, people get certain that you may also overstay in power. So I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
There, the minister and the alternative government. Thank you very much. Now, you know, Dr. Rio has told us about innovation. So now I'm going to introduce another innovation. The next members of parliament will introduce themselves from where they are. And then when we go to the plenary discussion, I will just do like we did for the shadow minister, for them to speak longer so that we try to stay on the program. So can I have a microphone, please, taken to our honorable members of parliament, at least to introduce themselves properly than I did. And then we have Mr. Alex Semalabwi, Executive Secretary of the Global Water Partnership, GWP Southern Africa, who is joining us online to be able to respond, taking the position that should have been for Professor Pamela. So please. Yeah, introducing yourself, sir.
Thank you so much. Silas Augon, MP Kumi Municipality, Chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. That is water, sanitation, and hygiene. Not just washing the hands, no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is John Bosco Ikojo. I'm a member of parliament representing the people of Bukedia, including the Speaker of Parliament, and I'm the chairperson, Committee on National Economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Berar Ephraim Ganshanga, Member of Parliament of Bukedia West. I'm here representing the chairperson of parliamentary SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I had earlier invited, we recognize the arrival of Professor Pamela Mbabazi, Chairperson, National Planning Authority. Thank you so much for joining us. And so, like I had said earlier, to have Mr. Alex Semalabwi, Executive Secretary of the Global Water Partnership, GWP Southern Africa, who is joining us online. Mr. Alex, can you hear us?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please, the floor is yours. And as you make this presentation, we also would want you maybe to respond to 3 issues here very briefly, if I can go through them, Mr. Malawi. They will include to share with the participants the key highlights of the program you are coordinating, Africa Investment Program, and how Uganda can benefit from it. And also, if you can take us through, based on your experience and the support you have been providing to various countries in the world, what are the available financing options that countries like Uganda can benefit from? And probably you could also tell us what policies or measures should your government put in place to leverage innovative financing from various sources. So now, Alex, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Let me see if I can project my presentation. Can you see me clearly?
Yes, we see you and we hear you.
All right, wonderful. So let me project my presentation very quickly and just confirm if you're able to see it. Hello, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So good morning. My
It's a
name is
very
Alex Mulawi, and thank you for inviting me to the dialogue on financing dialogue for Uganda. I appreciate I'm joining you from South Africa, here in Pretoria, where we are based at the high-level panel Secretariat for the Africa Water Investment Program. Now, just to mention that I am leading a program called the Africa Water Investment Program, which is a program that was endorsed by the Governing Council of the African Ministers' Council on Water, as well as by the African Union Heads of States in February 2021. The program is called the Africa Water Investment Program, which have been kindly requested to quickly give some highlights on what this program is about and what it aims to achieve.
I'm told, if you can hear me, I'm told that you need to swap your display so that we see the projected view as opposed to what is preview on your side.
Okay, okay, I'm trying to swap now. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Sorry for that interruption. Is this better?
There's no change, like they say in Uganda.
There's no change.
Click on the display settings up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to click, but it's not, nothing is happening.
I'm going to hand you over to the technical department.
Yeah, just give me a second. Apologies for this. Give me a second. I'll try and sort it out just now.
Alex, if you click on the display settings, there's an option there. Are you having challenges? Alex, are you still online?
Yes, I'm here. Just
okay. The conclusion in here in Kampala is that we can go on. The beauty is that we are hearing you loud and clear. We just wanted to see the magnified kind of presentation on our screen, which was not coming. But as far as listening to you, we are hearing you loud and clear. Okay, that's much better. Okay.
okay. Hello?
All right. Okay, I think we are good to go now.
Yeah, sorry for that. I invited you short break, but we can proceed now. Thank you so much. It was a technical issue on my side. So I was so saying that I'm going to be talking about the Africa Water Investment Program, which is a program endorsed by the African Union Heads of State, adopted to help close the water investment gap in Africa. It is estimated that at least 50 billion is required to be able to achieve this water-related SDGs by 2030 in Africa, but only about 10 to 19 billion is currently invested. If you combine all the finance from multilateral finance institutions, national governments, private sector, and others, money going into the sector, according to the African Development Bank, only 10 to 19. So you can see a significant gap that is required to be able to achieve the water-related SDGs. So the aim of the Africa Water Investment Program is to try and close the water investment gap. And to support this initiative, the African Union Heads of State established an international high-level panel of heads of states to help champion the political prioritization of investments and also mobilizing resources for implementing the Continental Africa Water Investment Program. This program was the high-level panel that was launched by African Union, President Macky Sall, when he was chair of the African Union. It was launched at the World Water Forum in Senegal, in Dakar, and it includes the four co-chairs of the high-level panel, which includes the President of Namibia, President Genko, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, as well as the former President of Tanzania, Jakaya Kikwete. So this panel is in place since about a year ago, and its main deliverables so far have been the development of an investment high-level panel report, which indicates where is the continent going to get at least the 30 billion that is required by 2030. The high-level panel is also now developing an investment plan to be able to see where the money is supposed to go. And African countries have been recently requested by the AU to submit projects that can be promoted by the high-level panel. These are some of the members of the panel, as you might see, in addition to the co-chairs, the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, East Africa, His Excellency William Ruto, the President of Kenya, and also the President of United Republic of Tanzania. And you also have Gambia, West Africa, the Chairperson of the African Union, Musa Faki, and heads of international organizations, UNDP, UNICEF, as well as, of course, our own African Union Development Agency and the Global Center for Adaptation. The panel is supported by over 40 experts who were invited by the African Union, who have been meeting over the last 2 years to support the panel in terms of figuring out where the financing has to come from, what are some of the challenges, including some of those that have been mentioned by our keynote speaker and previous speakers. So this expert panel led by the African Development Agency and AUC has been meeting, and they just had their recent meeting in Stockholm last week at the World Water Week. So the high-level panel has already prepared this report, as I mentioned, launched at the UN Water Conference. That's President Jakaya Kikwete and the other panel members represented. The report that is there online already, called Africa's Rising Investment Tide, communicates the investment opportunity for Africa, not the problems. I think we heard from our previous speaker that it is not time to talk about problems, but it's time to talk about opportunities. So the high-level panel report took the same narrative, that it's time we communicate the narrative of water around the investment opportunity that is there for investors. So the report launched at the UN Water Conference in the President of States, including the President of Botswana, outlines pathways on how to mobilize the 30 billion. Currently available on the Africa Water Investment Program website. You can download it and go through it, both in French and English. But what the main key messages of the report basically is that the cost of inaction is too high. About 200 billion is lost annually in Africa due to insufficient investments in water, coupled with the impacts of climate change. And by 2030, the continent will need at least 50% more food and at least 10 times more water for energy production to enable growth and development. Where is that water going to come from without investments in additional water resources management, infrastructure, and others? And considering this, Africa's population is also increasing, and therefore increasing the demand for water, and the need, therefore, to accelerate the importance of investments. The high-level panel says clearly that, of course, we know, as have been said, 50 billion is required. There's currently a shortfall, and an additional 30 billion is required annually. What does the panel say about water as an investment opportunity? Every dollar invested in climate water investments returns $7. That's your key message in terms of if you're targeting investors and you want to have a discussion with investors, investment in water is a business. It's not only a social good, it is a business. And according to numbers done by the World Bank and the high-level panel, every dollar invested returns at least $7. The key is, where are those investment opportunities? And this is what the high-level panel now is developing, this investment plan to identify the investment opportunities from different countries. With conservative assumptions, over 30 billion can be mobilized annually through 3 pathways. And I'm going to end with what is the core of the high-level panel report. the pyramid of water investment transformation in Africa. It identifies the sources of financing that is needed. I think this discussion and this dialogue is about where are the sources of funding. So the high-level panel developed this pyramid to be able to show and quantify existing finance as well as then where funding that can be tapped. Now, 9 sources of funding have been identified in the high-level panel pyramid of investment transformation. And it's very, very interesting what this pyramid reveals. At the very bottom of the pyramid is how much money can be mobilized. Additional money that can be mobilized through the already existing financing in the sector. Sector governance, efficiency, and cost savings through prudent management, implementation on time, and making sure that the leaking bucket of water, unaccounted for water, water that has been treated at a high expense with taxpayers' money, 60%, most of it gets lost through leakages because of inefficiencies. Money is leaking every day, and even as I speak, many pipes are leaking in Uganda, in many African countries, up to 60% in some cases, of funding that has gone into water that has been treated, pumped at high cost, and over 60% of that goes in the ground. So the issue of increasing efficiency is not an option. In addition to the money that is not being spent, being returned to the treasury, there is also money that is being lost. So the sector as a whole is very inefficient from a business perspective. So the high-level panel says, look, the first thing we gotta do is make sure that we improve the coordination and the governance of existing resources. And by an additional 11.5 billion could potentially be saved for an already existing funding approved by national governments. At least $100 billion in efficiencies on existing assets until 2030 is available. At least $100 billion. This is what you have on your left. On your left, the pyramid shows you how much money is there available. On your right, what potentially could be generated by governments across the continent and in different countries. So on your left, 100 billion efficiencies on existing assets. I'm talking about water supply systems, water power plants, hydropower dams. About 100 billion in efficiencies is potentially available. And up to 50 billion is potentially available through adoption of technologies in new water supply systems. And on your right, the high-level panel says, if governments, utilities can only increase the efficiency on existing water supply infrastructure by 10%, if they could increase only by 10% of existing efficiencies, let's say the unaccounted for water is perhaps maybe 45%. If they can reduce this to 35%, as an example, an additional 1.5 billion can be saved by African governments as a whole. And up to 10 billion can be saved by adoption of new technologies, smart metering and billing systems for new investments in water supply. So up to 11.5 billion is potentially available with those very conservative estimates of only 10% increment. The other key pillar of the high-level panel, which is important, oil and gas, commodities, companies, multinational companies working in our countries, agribusiness, 61 to 7 billion of potential impact of water risk is reported by these multinational companies. These are companies that have got their headquarters, most of them in the West, but they're operating in African countries. In most cases, they don't pay for water. In most cases, they don't pay for the pollution and for the damage on the environment. And they expect the treasury to do that, the ministries to allocate a budget to do that. But yet they make profits by investing in different sectors of the economy, and yet they want to treat water as a social good. And most of them, 99 of these companies in Africa report that the potential risk to their operations and the sustainability is between 61 to $7 billion. So the high-level panel says, all right, we need to have a conversation with the multinational companies. We need to make sure that the multinational companies internalize the full costs of water management, the full cost of restoring the environment, and the full cost of water for their companies, instead of externalizing that cost on the government. So significant amounts can be generated by making sure that the multinational companies internalize and budget for the full cost of water into their operations, rather than doing the reverse where they say, give us tax rebates. We should not pay for water. We should negotiate. We are bringing investments. That cannot be sustained. The biggest amount of funding, according to the high-level panel, and this is very, very important to what Professor Alex had just mentioned, the biggest opportunity for financing Africa's water sector is domestic resource mobilization. This is based on numbers that have been done by over 40 experts, economists, water economists, looking at the last 10 to 20 years, 30 years in the continent, and what actually exists and where the potential is. The biggest opportunity for resource mobilization is domestic. 17.5 billion potentially can be mobilized through one, mobilizing funding from institutional investors, pension funds. Most of these, according to Africa, globally, $14 trillion is available globally, $14 trillion or in assets under management by institutional investors. Out of $14 trillion, you have got 700 billion of assets under management in Africa. The bad news is that they don't invest in water. They're investing in real estate, in transport, renewable energy, hospitality industry, and others, not in water. Why? Because there are a lot of inefficiencies, there are a lot of challenges, regulatory issues, issues of tariffs and pricing that are a constraint for them to come in. So there's a big responsibility that national governments need to do to look inwardly. What are the potential reforms that are required to be able to unlock this huge potential of funding from institutional investors? According to the high-level panel, if only 10% of this funding could be mobilized by African countries, up to 10 billion could be unlocked of funding sitting in Africa. That's a lot of money. It's already there. Pollution, minerals, and taxes, oil, gas, and commodities. The African extractive sector, we know that they hold about 406 billion in terms of their overall output for the African continent, in terms of the extractive sectors. And the key discussion has always been, do the mining companies pay for water? Do the commodity oil companies pay for water? What arrangements are there by government to be able to generate additional revenue from the mining companies? Is a levy on the mining tax something that can be discussed by specific countries to ensure that the mining operations, oil and gas and others, allocate a certain portion of their output towards water? The high-level panel proposes a 1% water tax on mineral resources, commodities, mining, and others that should be negotiated each time mining development agreements are being developed. And up to 4 billion of this can be mobilized through being prudent and negotiating with. Of course, the members of parliament that are here are very key, because that conversation has to be had. Because if the mining are not investing in water, who will? African governments already provide the biggest amount of budget, about 60%, from the treasury to water. This is the good news. 6 billion per year from governments across Africa. They goes towards water, and it's quite a big amount. The unfortunate part is that most of this remains unspent. We've heard this story, and it's not only Uganda, it's many, many other African countries. Money is released, it is not spent. We have to address the demand side, the capacity issues, and the ability to actually implement. Otherwise, asking for money when we are not able to spend it is not a very prudent way of approaching things. Up to 22 billion can be mobilized by a 20% higher allocation of government budgets. Last week, we had a meeting in Stockholm. African ministers from Namibia, Zambia, Senegal, as well as Tanzania, confirmed that it is possible to increase the budgets by 20%, as proposed by the high-level panel. But the key challenge is the national parliament, the Minister of Finance, who already said, but you returned money last year, why do you want more? So while it is possible to increase the funding, we need to address the challenges that are there within the ministry, within the sector, to be able to really ramp up and access this funding. And as I conclude, of course, you have funding from national commercial banks that can be mobilized. Climate finance, up to 3.2 billion could potentially be mobilized. But what I want to say now as I conclude, moderator, is if you look at the percentage of ODA, official development assistance, this is donor aid. Look at how much money could potentially be mobilized. It is the tip of the pyramid. And this is not like it's deliberate. This is based on actual numbers. In 2020, the total bilateral aid towards Africa, including philanthropy from the foundations, was 1.5 billion from the OECD countries and 0.5 billion from the BRICS countries, including the Gulf states. So you can see that there was only 1.5 billion. If the ODA could be increased by 25%, let's say donor aid increases by 25%, and forget that there's the Ukraine crisis where the money is going, there's climate and other things. Let's say they increase by 25% of their current funding. Only 0.5 billion or 500 million can be mobilized a year. Now, that is significantly a very small amount of money. What unfortunately we have done as a sector in Africa is that we pay a lot of attention on that 0.5 billion. A lot of efforts, writing proposals, having all these meetings, traveling as we try to go into the West to try and mobilize this funding. We are not paying much attention to what lies inside the countries, the 75.5 billion domestic resource mobilization. So the core message of the high-level panel report is that we have done things the other way around. We're focusing on donor aid for water and government budgets. Government budgets, it's very limited. And government budgets, you've got a funding that has to be allocated to the health sector, education, and other priorities. At the same time, we're not even utilizing that efficiently. And then we're going to donors, give us the money. We need to do things the other way around, focus on domestic resource mobilization, focus on innovation, focus on opening up the investment opportunities within their countries so that the funding that is already available can be tapped. The money is there, it is currently not being accessed. So the high-level panel is now promoting what is called Africa National Water Investment Programs, in which countries are actually developing country water investment programs to domesticate the pyramid and helping them to better strategize how do you match the financing sources with the demand. So imagine a pyramid for Uganda, targeting all these different levels through the Uganda National Water Investment Programs, including making sure that you identify the key opportunities that are there. So including the issue of innovation that has been mentioned here, that it is important that we innovate as a sector. So the high-level panel, as also led by the president of Botswana, has launched a competition called the Changemaker Awards. Changemaker Awards is about promoting innovation in the sector, and we had 6 awards in New York presented to a number of global leaders for political leadership. And the Changemaker Awards is the competition is actually going on now. It's closing tomorrow, by the way. It's been going on for the last 1 month, asking for innovations in the water sector that can be promoted by the high-level panel for investment by venture capital, by debt financiers, and by others, as has been mentioned by our keynote speaker. So this is ongoing, and some of the presidents already received their awards. The president of Zambia received his award. Why? Because he launched his Zambia Water Investment Program, $6 billion, 1 billion commitment from the Treasury. The president of Zanzibar received his award. Why? He launched his program, $550 million, Zanzibar Water Investment Program, with significant government commitment and the commitment to resolve some of those bottlenecks. So these are just some of the examples that have been done in other countries. The president of Zambia, when he launched the Zambia Water Investment Program at the AU Summit last July in Lusaka, together with his Minister of Water, you can see the AU Commissioner, she's also there. And the president is basically there, his signature, government committing 1 billion financing. This is Zanzibar, 6 billion, as 6.050 million. The president's launching his program. President Jakaya Kikwete was there as well, representing the high-level panel. And of course, a final word, the African Union Commission, we will diligently work with Pan-African institutions, RECs, member states to develop and partners towards actualizing the pathways prepared by the high-level panel on water for implementing the AIP water investment programs. Thank you very much, moderator. I'll end here.
I'm sure you have had the round of applause that goes to you, Alex, who's joining us online from Southern Africa. Alex Semalabwi, thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You're welcome. That is Alex. That is Alex Semalabwi, Executive Secretary of Global Water Partnership, GWP, Southern Africa. I have had a few things I've taken note of: innovation, innovation, and innovation. He's saying there are opportunities in local resource mobilization, and we have to think differently, look for sources of financing differently somewhere else so that you can move on. And that investing in water is a business. Actually, Alex says there's a higher a return on investing in water. $1, you could get $7. And I was still thinking about, wow, this is a serious business and the opportunities are immense. Thank you very much for all of those who are joining us online. We thank you. I hope you're going to stay with us, because I'm sure when we get the plenary after the break, maybe members here will have some questions to ask you. At this juncture, allow me to invite the chairperson, National Planning Authority, Professor Pamela Mbabazi. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Our honorable members of parliament with us here today, the heads of various government agencies and departments, representatives of civil society with us today, private sector representatives, banks, microfinance institutions, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. And I want to thank in a very special way the Ministry of Water and Environment for inviting NPA to be with you. What you're discussing today is a very pertinent issue, especially at this point in time, because water is life, and we need to really challenge our thinking to see how do we fund the water resources around WASH. And for me, there are two main forms of financing for water, sanitation, and hygiene, of course, and environment and climate change. And that's on the one hand, public, or rather domestic public resources, but also external resources. Now, both domestic and public or external financing models have been evolving over time, ladies and gentlemen, and continuously being designed and oriented to address the current and emerging opportunities and challenges in these sectors. Now, external resources include those provided through official development assistance, lending by multilateral banks, blended financing through South-South cooperation, or through specific finance windows, including those specifically created to support climate action, among others. However, ladies and gentlemen, you know very well that external financing has been on the decline. So some of these, of course, occasioned by COVID-19, and it's the long-term, as well as its long-term impact, the war in Ukraine, other global emergencies. Now, some of these external funding comes with conditionalities. And many countries, including Uganda, are struggling to meet this. And for some, we are outrightly rejecting these conditions. Now, we need to really find alternatives. Just like the previous speakers have been saying, we are all aware that under the climate agreements, developed countries agreed to jointly mobilize $100 billion a year by 2020 from public and private sources to support climate action in developing countries. But this target has not been met and probably won't be met in a while. And therefore, we really need to look more internal. And I think that's the sentiment that I'm hearing. And we must focus on domestic public resources. But these also remain quite, unpredictable. And this is why the conversation we are having today, I think, is very timely. And I'm aware that in discussions such as this, there's a tendency to focus largely on external funding sources, to the neglect of the role of domestic public resource and how to actually raise these resources. So I'll try to focus my remarks on what I think we can do to mobilize domestic public finance and have it leveraged to support this subsector. So ladies and gentlemen, here are my thoughts. I think first, it all begins with improving tax collection, because you will agree with me that we can't be allocated what we have not, or what has not been collected. And we can't spend what we don't have, or what our revenue authority has not collected. I just came from the top management meeting in finance, and I want to rush back because we had the Commissioner General now in trying to really understand what are the challenges, what are the gaps, what do we need to really come in as one government to see what we can do to really ensure that we generate the tax that is required. And therefore, I think that it should be in the interest even of the Ministry of Water to really contribute, generate ideas, come up with clear suggestions on how we can strengthen our tax collection system. So we all need to support the development and implementation of long-term efforts to mobilize domestic public resources, which can in turn be used to strengthen service delivery. There is need to improve tax administration, no doubt, including simplifying registration and other compliance requirements. We need to build trust between the tax collector, that is URA, and the taxpayer, especially on the fairness of tax assessment. We need to take advantage of the growing electronic payment systems while addressing their challenges, because they're getting very varied and very complex for the tax authorities to track effectively. Crypto assets are also causing more challenges. We all need really to support the development of innovative tax generation strategies, because as I mentioned in the beginning, we cannot be allocated what has not been collected. And therefore, I want to see more conversations across government in seeing, even viewing tax collection from the perspective of your sector. How do we, for instance, use tax to attract investment in your sector to ensure that we increase resources to fund whatever initiatives you're undertaking? Let us also up our game and ensure effective service delivery. Domestic tax systems are the anchors of the social contract between taxpayer and government to provide the required services. We need to sustain a virtuous circle with a positive feedback system in which investment in tax collection supports improved spending on public services, such as wash, environment, and climate change. Now, such improved service delivery will in turn contribute to voluntary compliance by taxpayers, increased revenue mobilization, improved allocation of resources to these important areas, and further enhanced service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm making a case of ensuring that whatever little resources we have, let's ensure that we really are efficient in service delivery, because unless the average person really appreciates whatever you're doing, they will not be encouraged or enthused or committed to really pay their taxes. So it is really a zero-sum game that we need to ensure that services are delivered, and as such, encourage people to pay their taxes. Tax systems can also be used, as I said, to incentivize and promote changes in behavior, as well as stimulate voluntary spending and compliance with WASH, environment and climate change related standards. The challenge is to make sure that the tax systems are aligned to WASH, climate change and environment objectives. The use of incentives can bring on board new actors that can significantly contribute to the achievement of objectives in these areas. Talking about the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, how do we attract local private sector financing? Now, this is a very large topic, and I'm really hopeful that you will be having conversations around this. I think let us invest in attracting private sector involvement in financing WASH, as well as environment, like we had investments in water have a higher rate of return. And let's crack our thinking to understand what it will take to really encourage local private sector to invest in these initiatives. Recent developments have shown that environment and climate change challenges are a growing threat to private sector investments. So it is in their interest. If you recall, when we had, I don't know whether it was called El Nino, quite a number of factories were affected. So it is an issue that we need to bring to the table, to the private sector, to let them appreciate and understand their need to invest in WASH. The participation of the private sector must move away from only corporate social responsibility to making WASH, environment, and climate change action a very core element of their business models, especially as there is growing risks there. Like I said, they need to really factor that in their CapEx, if you may. One of the things we're doing less of is to capture and communicate domestic funding in these sectors. I had a conversation with Dr. Kalis not long ago. And your ministry is one of my favorite ministries, I must point out, because I really admire the way you're coordinating issues and the innovations that you're coming up with. But one particular aspect that struck me was you're doing so much already in the ministry that you're not talking about. Now, everybody wants to associate themselves with a winner, and we need to hear and appreciate and understand all these innovations that you're doing to enable having a whole government approach in looking at what are the low-hanging fruits, because you're having a lot of impact, but it's kept in the ministry and we're not really aware. So I want to challenge you to really speak about those innovations and initiatives you're undertaking, not just locally, but also regionally and globally. People want to associate themselves with a winner, and therefore they will get onto the bandwagon if you speak more about the initiatives you're doing. Let us also work with our Legislative Assembly. I'm very pleased that the members of Parliament are here. I think parliamentarians have several tools at their disposal to foster mobilization and help optimize domestic public resources for the purpose of implementing WASH and environment and climate change. Parliaments all over the world, and I believe our parliament, can also make sure that enough budgetary resources are allocated to finance national strategies, programs, and actions, especially in sectors like this. They can also exercise their oversight function by requesting accountability from those charged with implementing funded actions, requesting independent audits, and scrutinizing the actions of government in this area of WASH. It will be helpful to engage the relevant committees in Parliament to identify and work with champions. You need to have champions in Parliament that are really making the case for your subsector and ensure that we make a difference. And to you all technocrats in the field, my question to you is, have we exhausted all possibilities of attracting funds through payments of ecosystems? And I was talking to Dr. Kalista again. Charging industrial users of water to generate resources. I know oil and gas sectors, big companies use a lot of water. Breweries are using too much water. I think we should think of ways of charging them to ensure that they protect where this water is sourced and they're not just paying for the water they use. Let's challenge our thinking and come up with very innovative ways. And I hope that this meeting will discuss further and our experts can tell us what we can do to institutionalize that payment, because I think they are taking it very free. Now, those I have interacted with are very much aware of my passion for the program approach. Let us work across sectors. Let it not just be our Ministry of Water and Environment thing. Let us spread our tentacles across, set common priorities, and pool our domestic public resources to create impact. Let us avoid the small, fragmented investments that have very high transactional costs and limited community impact. Such projects do not generate the required change in the communities served, and in turn, they question our ability to deliver services that meet their needs. So a program approach, ladies and gentlemen, program approach will generate multiple dividends that will lift the livelihoods of communities in many areas and in many ways. Let us therefore focus on investment for impact, making sure that we also strike a balance between investing for results and impact versus the common preference for upstream activities. I know when I interact with colleagues in ministry, it's mainly policy level, framework, capacity building, strengthening, but I need us to really get down specific impact related interventions. Transparency, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very fundamental. I think corruption has really become a cancer and it's hemorrhaging government resources. I cannot leave this podium without mentioning it. Transparency, accountability of actions and interventions engender increased support. We need to demonstrate that we are very accountable, that we are very, and I want to thank the Ministry of Water because we've been following. And I think that you are setting a mark. You could do even better, but I want us to make sure using the program approach, we're very particular. Whatever resources you have, use them transparently, and you will continue to attract more resources if you're known to be a very transparent, very corrupt-free ministry. Let's also look at water beyond WASH. There is a tendency to focus on the physically existing water resources and how they can be harnessed for WASH. This needs to be expanded to include where the water comes from and how it can continue to flow in the desired quality and quantity. That way, investments, especially in integrated water resources management, will generate multiple dividends that will contribute to WASH and environment and climate action. So let us jointly explore working with locally represented foundations. There is a lot of foundations working here that we can look at and really mobilize. The high net worth individuals, I can see some of them, who have signaled willingness to support these sectors, or let us identify these potential actors and encourage them to invest in these important areas. Finally, let us all agree that there are many actors, actual and potential, in these areas of work. So not all resources must be channeled through government institutions for these sectors to be supported. And therefore, I applaud civil society, private sector that is here. I mean, let us identify capable internal partners and build the necessary collaboration, mobilize resources jointly, and work together to achieve common goals. Now, such actors include the non-governmental organizations which support government activities in WASH, environment, and climate change. I thank you for God and my country.
Professor Pamela Mbabazi, another round of applause to her. Thank you very much. In all these presentations, I'm hearing innovation, 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 going beyond the traditional players in looking for resources. She's telling us that, investment in water is not just a social responsibility. It's a business that you can actually have a return on investment. Professor Pamela, you may be pleased to know that in the next panel discussion, in here we have Nile breweries in the house. We have banks in the house. We have microfinance institutions, and also we have a civil society organization. So we are going to take it forward in line with what you had thought. But at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a break. Our coffee is ready, and let us use this time sparingly, maybe 10, 15 minutes. So when we come back, we go into a panel discussion. It's time for a break, ladies and gentlemen.
Smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do past like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
Choose. So you're special.
Trying it.
For the ticket, the summit ends what time? I need to attend the summit itself.
It's 4 to 6.
Oh, it's 4 to 6. So the head of state up to the 6.
Yes.
Now, this flight, my goodness, is there no, is there no other flight options?
Midnight.
Because this is 01 departure, this is 04 departure. It's crazy.
You can see options, but they're all, and those ones have layovers, so at least this one was direct. So I thought this was the best option.
Let's mute your mic. We are listening into your conversation.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? We want to resume our dialogue. And the next item on the agenda is the panel discussion. I want to call the panelists to take their seats so that after their presentation, we can have a plenary. There's going to be time for networking, gentlemen. Okay. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to call the panelists to take their seats. Each one of them will have about 6 to 7 minutes to make their submissions. And after that, you will engage them in a question and answer session or a plenary, which will take us to the closing session. So ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the panelists. Taking us through this issue of a dialogue on scaling up financing for the water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, and climate change to achieve 2030 agenda. We have Mr. Emmanuel Njuki, Head Legal and Corporate Affairs at Nile Breweries. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please choose a seat there, Mr. Njuki. We also have the Acting Executive Director and Manager, Membership and Financial Inclusion, Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda, Ms. Flavia Nakabuyebwire. Also with us, we have founder and CEO, Grow Foundation, Mr. Paul Flynn Mukalazi. Still morning, we can say Guten Morgen. We speak German more than I do. We have the Deputy Executive Director, Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, CS-BAG, Ms. Carol Namagembe. And we have the Executive Director, DFCU Bank, a representative of the AD, DFCU Bank. I think you thought I was going to ask for a loan. Not yet. And earlier, Alex Semalawi made the presentation online earlier. So I'm going to give you, each one of you, 6 minutes or 7 to make your submission. And after that, the members in the auditorium will also maybe have questions or maybe disagree or agree with you. And I'm suggesting in case you disagree, that's okay, but please remember to disagree with respect. If I know your name, you'll put up your hand and I will identify you. I'll give you a microphone, you speak to them. But please remember, each one of you don't go beyond a minute when you're making your submission. And if you have a question, tell us whom you want that question to be addressed to so that we can be very specific. So I know many people have been talking about, businesses investing in water as a business, not just as a corporate social responsibility. And they have told us that when you invest in business, in water, it's a business with a very good return on that investment. So let me begin with you, Mr. Emmanuel Njuki. You use a lot of water, don't you? Head of Legal and Corporate Affairs, Nile Breweries. The microphone is right in the middle there. And you have your 7 minutes of fame. You can decide to use all of them or not.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good morning, friends. As introduced, my name is Emmanuel Njuki from Nile Breweries. And I'm excited to be here because I believe that by the time the day is done, I'll have quite a good number of friends. And I'll tell you why I'm actually here. Everyone is probably asking themselves, there are a lot of water people in the room. What is the beer guy doing in the room? Beer is 90% water, which means that that is a key ingredient to our sustainability. Now, Nibra is part of the family of the largest brewer in the world. It's called AB InBev. And part of my work is to actually carry out what we call sustainability. In our business, we don't look at sustainability as a nice to have. It is self-preservation. If you've taken note, we run two breweries in Uganda, the one that is most known in Jinja and the one in Mbarara. Now, because we're located at the source of the River Nile, we don't have a lot of water problems in Jinja yet. It doesn't mean that we're doing a lot of conservation as a community along the river, but we don't have problems yet. Our core problem, however, is in Mbarara. We are depending on River Rizi for water. And what that means is that the day there is no water, the business cannot run. And that has happened a few times. Like anyone who's living in Mbarara or worked in Mbarara in the past, they've actually noticed that this river was roaring. It was actually flooding during the rain. It's not a bad sign. I mean, it's not a good thing, but that's a sign that there's a lot of water in the river. During dry seasons, sometimes we don't have enough water to actually use. And so we must buy water, millions of shillings from national water. Now, I'll tell you, we have about 4 goals in the sustainability area. The reason I tell you is we can find areas of collaboration. First one is smart culture, because we grow all our inputs, agriculture inputs for beer. And so in there is that we have 100% of our direct farmers who should be skilled, connected, and financially empowered. The second, which is water stewardship, and we have a target for this, that by 2025, 100% of our communities in high stress areas have measurably improved water availability and quality. I'll talk about the other two quickly and come back to water. That 100% under circular packaging, our products will be in primary packaging that is returnable or made from majorly recycled content. And there is this that should probably also interest some of us, which is climate action. That 100% of our purchased electricity comes from renewable resources and 25% reduction of carbon emissions across our value chain. So if your organization works in areas like these, we have opportunity to collaborate. Now back to water. We have invested initially since 2018, we invested about 1 billion shillings to understand the problem of water in Mbarara. So we partnered with a Worldwide Fund for Nature to actually do a study. We've mapped out about 18 kilometers of the river to ensure that we actually are able to work with communities. Because most of these, the reason the water is not flowing as much is there's a lot of encroachment on the catchment areas. And you are water people, so you understand these problems and these solutions better than I do. But from a private sector point of view, it means we don't have enough water to run our business. And so when we invest this money, we are actually looking at sustainability of the river. Because the day the river runs dry and we have no water, we must close. Now, that's where the opportunity is for you, that there are companies like ours that depend on water. When we were in Barara with Dr. Calist for the Save Rivers run, there were quite a few people, a few companies that actually came through. But you can actually do a mapping and ask yourself, how many of these companies, both here and in Barara, are actually dependent on water? And if they didn't have water, they would actually lose the entire investment. The entire breweries sector, from Coca-Cola to Lato, to Nile Breweries, to Renzori, to breweries, everyone that is doing beverages. The day there's no water, they are going to close businesses. So therefore, it's not CSR, as you say, it's actually a must do for them. Now, many times we don't have as much information. Our parent company has invested that much to actually set targets for every business. And Barara has been mapped as a water-stressed area for us. And if you want to stay here for the next 100 years, we must find solutions to actually ensure that there's a sustainability of the business. And one of the things we actually do is we get in-house. How much of the water we use in daily operations is able to be recycled? So we measure every drop of water from the bathroom to the kitchen to the floor when we are cleaning, to how much water we're actually able to harvest from the rain. And when you do that, it does two things. One, now you know how much water you actually use. And two, you're able to know how much money you're able to save. Because if you're able to reuse some of that water, if you wash dishes, that water can also clean the floor with a bit of cleaning. But it also means that now you're able, you know for a fact how much water you're going to need to abstract from the river. And out of the study, out of the study that we've been doing, the studies that we've been doing since 2018, we were able to understand that this encroachment, the people who live by the river, who degrade it, are not necessarily bad-hearted people. They're looking for sustainability, they're looking for a livelihood. And so part of our efforts has actually been to, one, resettle them by giving them alternative economic activities away from the river. And then also allowing them and constructing for them the water catchment areas, water catchment. There's a church nearby, there are communities in there that we've actually, we've built water tanks for them to actually store water. That way, they don't have to depend as much on the river. We've also been able to, because of the economic activity that we've identified for them away from the river, now they don't have to farm in the catchment area. They don't have to graze from the catchment area. They don't have to make bricks from the catchment area. And now we're able to restore, and we've restored so far about 8 kilometers of what we mapped out of the 18. What have we seen as a result of that? There is markedly improved water availability, but also water quality has improved, at least from where we stand. So the opportunities are immense. Like the keynote speaker and the others said, when you map out your stakeholders, be courageous to look for people who are not like you, who don't understand water. That's where the opportunity is. everyone who depends on water, and we all do, both in our homes, in our industries, we need your whatever you're doing. But we do things a little differently. Like you mentioned, if you invited private sector people here for more than an hour, you're going to lose them. So meet them at the areas of their convenience, maybe for an hour for breakfast, and break down the problem for them and how they are contributing to the problem, but also how that is their problem. Then make your ask, not necessarily to fund what you're already implementing. Sometimes you're actually going to need to understand the problem from their point of view. Because what we're doing a lot of work with the ministry and other organizations in Barara, and we're happy for that. But many times, where I sit, the proposals I get are like, we're doing this and we want you to fund it. That does not make a lot of sense to my shareholders. But if you actually told me, come see what the problem is. Now, how would you approach this problem? If we map out a solution together, I'm more inclined to fund that solution because it is now my plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
What, before you, very briefly, what policies or measures should the government put in place to leverage innovative financing from the private sector?
Yes.
What do you think should government do?
One is to actually, a lot of times, and we're appreciative, there's a lot of work that the Ministry of Water is doing. And they've been very friendly to us. They've invited us, sometimes we haven't come, and they've invited us again. They have involved us through the entire process. Dr. Kalist called me the other day and said, please come and have a chat. I'm very appreciative because not only have I learned more, I've also made more networks of people who actually understand the problem better than I do. Now, one of that is collaboration. Revise your policies to actually include private sector, but also I'm using this, humble enough to actually say, how does the problem look like from your point of view? Because I will tell you, I've told you my problem, that if there's no water, there's no beer. There's no business. 10 years ago, we spent about $100 million to put up a plant by the river in Barara. We're the largest brewer in the country. We're selling beer here. We're selling beer in DRC. We're selling beer in Southern Sudan. Now imagine any of us going back to our shareholders and say, you know what, we have to close because we have no water. So if you came to me and we actually sat down and mapped out that problem, financing is going to be the last of our problems. Because if the problem is not solved, we have no business.
All right, thank you so much. I think in our breweries, we have an ally. And if Dr. Kalisa has been talking to you, he's been preaching to the converted. Let me come to you, Flavia. You coordinate and provide support to various microfinancial institutions. As an expert in social performance and financial inclusion, what are the available funding opportunities that the water and environment sector can access from the microfinance institutions, and how can they be accessed?
Thank you very much. As the moderator said, I come from AMFIU, the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda, and it is an umbrella body that coordinates microfinance institutions. Quite a number of them, around 150 are in our membership. And as an association, we have been doing a lot of interventions. And for the interest of this meeting in the area of social performance, we are very, very interested in social indicators, social products, because the overall aim is to have members provide products that impact the communities. And in line with water and sanitation, we are implementing what we call the YCAD program, the Water Credit and Adoption Program, with the support from water.org. What we are doing exactly is we are supporting member institutions in terms of building awareness in water and sanitation, supporting them to develop the right products, and also giving technical assistance in terms of training in order for them to provide these products. And we have so far over 30 partners. And I want to say for us, it has been a very good learning journey. Before we started this project in 2018, water.org had partnered with some individual institutions. So we had some big boys in the industry, and these have been providing a lot of information in terms of supporting peer learning with the institutions. So institutions have been developing a range of products in line with water and sanitation. And to date, we realize that many are even coming up to join the program because of the current trending issues of environmental and social that are being promoted, but that we also need to pay attention to. Interestingly, the discussions today since morning have been very interesting, where we are talking about funding or complementing efforts of government in terms of funding. And it is very clear that there is a funding gap, which can only be covered if we look into private funding, private institutions developing products that are commercial products that, what did I want to say? Social products, but are done for commercial. And I liked it when they mentioned that water supply and sanitation is a business. And the biggest challenge we have been facing in the industry is when we dub it social product, there is a tendency for institutions to feel that maybe there is less profit and therefore less attention is paid. So we need to have a deliberate effort to profile those interventions, to build a case study, to build a business case, so that others are attracted to also do funding in this space. In terms of challenges, of course, the most challenging issue in this sector is capital, funding. That one has been there. And it comes in terms of funds for on lending, but also funding for development of the right products. You find that many institutions may end up having products that are for water and sanitation, but maybe they are not the right products for the people. They are not demand driven because of that expense. So right now, it is high time that after we have identified this gap, government could find a way of coming in to support in terms of developing policy guidelines. We are talking of this and it is an issue. But as a commercial bank who is in business, as a microfinance institution who is in business, I may not have enough time to do research to develop the right product. If this information can be picked from somewhere, if our mother ministry takes the lead, for example, and we have access to this information, it becomes much easier. Meetings like these, dialogue meetings where we shall have peers share with the rest of the industry are very, very key in order to attract more and more players in funding around this space. There are also other barriers like the information gap. You find that many institutions may not be having these products just because of lack of the right information. How does it happen? We are talking of a social product. And as a service provider, I realize it doesn't generate any revenue. So how will I, price it? And ideally, when we say social product, maybe it should have a more competitive interest rate. But how do I charge a competitive interest rate on a product that I consider more risky? So in the end, institutions end up shying away from providing such products and going for those that look more profitable. Apart from this, we have taken more steps. We have reporting tools, and in the reporting tools, we have included indicators on social performance, indicators on water and sanitation, indicators on green financing, indicators of providing funds for vulnerable segments like persons with disabilities. But now all those are very good initiatives. But what can we do to escalate the use of these? That is where the partnerships are very so much needed. The regulators in the industry can do so much by trying to follow and seeing to it that the reporting, they are bringing out all these, but we still need those guidelines, policy guidelines from the technical people, from the mother ministries. How are we guided to come up with this? How are we guided to provide this? And if need be, sometimes when we want to cut, for example, costs on products development, we could, as a technical team, maybe be able to research and come up with some prototypes of these products so that when I want to have such a product, I don't invest heavily in developing a product because I already benefit from a guideline provided in form of a prototype for me to be able to do this. Otherwise, to bridge this gap, I believe attracting more and more private sector actors is very, very pertinent.
Thank you very much, Flavia. I'll come back with another question, and maybe people will have more from the audience, but let me go now to Mr. Mukalazi. Based on your background and experience, can you share a brief overview of the available finance options that countries like Uganda can benefit from? And in your view, how accessible is financing from carbon credits? And what are some of the challenges faced in the process as well as implementation? How can or are they being addressed?
Thank you. I have a message of optimism and a message of hope, but also a cautionary warning, because to achieve climate finance as an attraction into Uganda and Africa, it requires a radical shift in mindset. Because that mindset I'm going to talk about in a second, I heard it in most of the speeches here today. So I'll start with numbers first. What's the opportunity in climate finance? So according to McKinsey, the voluntary carbon certificate market by 2030 is going to attract $50 billion in annual investments. Before 2040, it will attract, according to McKinsey, about $500 billion in investments. Now, I said hope and optimism, because here's a secret that everybody keeps saying, and in their head they hear it, but it's not in their heart. Africa is rich. Uganda is rich. What we have to put, the shift in mindset is as follows. We have to learn, and I say we, because I'm part of the Ugandan diaspora, Paul Mukalazi Flynn. What Uganda and what Africa has to learn is to stop being apologist. We are poor, we need help. Because some statistics, of global investments, only 3.5% go to Africa. So the numbers may sound big, but of all those numbers, 3.5%, more than half of that is from through like World Bank, IMF, CSR climate funds, which means less than 1% of actual business investment goes into Africa. A number that was said here today was it the European Union? I think it was the European Union just committed to 100 billion euros into Africa. That's an amazing number. Two problems. Number one, it wasn't achieved. Number two, just by comparison, putting it in context, Germany alone last year attracted $150 billion in investments because they're not waiting for charity or handouts. They talk business. And people want to invest in business. And I heard not going to workshops. Yes, we'll be friends. Another number that I hear often is, for example, $1 into water creates $7 in return of investment. Now, I used to work for a really, really big hedge fund. I also worked for the British government. I have a very interesting background. We can talk about that over coffee. Now, $1 in, $7 out is a very, very sweet lie from a business perspective, from a ruthless business perspective. Because who gets those $7? $1 in to water sanitation means that the economy benefits. And it's true, the smallhold farmer, the local business, they benefit. But the investor who puts in this dollar, he didn't get $7 back. So why should he do it? He won't. So the next part in radical mindset, change of radical mindset, the radical change, has to be to stop, apart from being apologists, we're poor, we need help. We have to stop waiting for charity. It's only a small percentage of all the money coming in. We have to stop waiting for corporate social responsibility. It is very important. It is a start, but it is only a fraction of the potential that is there. Uganda needs to recognize that it needs to help itself. And there's two key ways of doing that. But it's all summed up in just two words, just natural resources. The natural resources of the people and the natural resources within the mineral wealth and the natural resources, for example, of agriculture and others. Now, climate finance and carbon certificates are nothing else. I'll talk about how they work and what it means, but just think of carbon certificates for now as a natural resource that Africa and Uganda can choose to export. So, a comparison of the opportunity. When I say this market will be $500 billion by 2040, Uganda and all of Africa needs to choose. If you think about the coffee market, for example, do we want to be a nation and nations of smallhold farmers desperately working on livelihood projects to sell a few coffee beans? Or do we want to own Starbucks and Costa Coffee? Because this is the opportunity. Because the resources don't sell raw materials and resources. Africa needs to start selling products. And carbon certificates are a product that is produced here. Here. It's a resource that you already own. So the question is, again, are you the smallhold farmer who sells a few coffee beans? Or do you want to be Starbucks that sells a small coffee for $7? Because what are carbon certificates? I'll talk about that in a second, and then I'll say how we make sense. A carbon certificate was decided by the United Nations to combat climate change. In itself, it's not creating it, there's some complexity and compliance, but in itself, it's a very simple concept. Businesses produce carbon emissions. So if I'm a business and Europe, the West, the Paris Agreement says we all need to be climate neutral. So how is this achieved? Our businesses need to become more and more energy efficient, but it's impossible to eradicate waste. We all know that. So carbon certificates were created as a means to reach carbon neutrality, climate neutrality. If I create 1 ton of carbon emissions, this is the waste my business proceeds. In the European Union, especially, most countries have now introduced taxes. The government says, mandates, I need to offset this 1 ton of carbon certificates. of carbon emissions, which means I now have to go to her and say, do you have a carbon certificate to offset? It's a product she has. And then I have to give her money. It's a business transaction. Because if I now buy that carbon offset, I have carbon emissions, 1 ton and 1 ton. I am now carbon neutral. That's it. It's offset. That's it. That's all the complexity you need to know. It's really simple. Now, we, as the Grow Foundation, we're currently in the process of manufacturing 1.25 billion carbon certificates. We're specialists in this. We've have a background as lawyers, as financial professionals, worked for hedge funds, worked for banks. And as part of the diaspora, we choose to say, rather than taking the raw material and leaving peanuts in Africa, we want the business to be here and to bring that business here. So we're committed to help at a national level, at a regional level, Ugandans in Africa to become an exporter of a product rather than a seller of that raw material. That's what we want to teach. And we already are in Africa. So as just pilot projects in the Mau Forest, we're currently one of the biggest planters of trees in the Mau Forest. We're working with smallholder farmers and then fund the skill centers to teach them more sustainable agricultural businesses. Along the Mombasa coast in Cliff, we were planting over 100 million mangroves at this moment. But we're also active in Uganda, 1 million trees. The face of tree planting in Uganda, we are one of their key backers because they do amazing, amazing work. We're already supporting several hundred children in Uganda through orphanages. We're building a well a month. We're bringing that down to a well a week. So we're creating grassroots social impact. But we don't come in as a charity. Together with the communities at this grassroots level, we plant trees. We come in as a funder. We bring foreign direct investment. We plant trees. We turn them into carbon certificates, which we sell to Muzungus. I'm half a Muzungu. I'm a perfect bridge. We sell to Muzungus. They pay a very high price. And then we choose to take this money and bring it back into the wealth of the economy. And this is what we'll fund to clean the Rizi River. That's what will save the Mabira Forest. So again, with just a few numbers, and then I'll leave you alone, and we can ask technical questions, which are all really boring, but just numbers so you have that. A 500 billion opportunity. The opportunity to be Starbucks rather than the smallhold farmer. That is here. You already own the resource. Don't sell the raw material, sell the product. And we and other organizations can help. In numbers, the Mabira Forest, what could it create in carbon certificates? The Mabira Forest is 30,000 hectares in size. 30,000 hectares in size, which means with about 1,500 trees per hectare, it has about 45 million trees, or rather had. This is a vanilla example, which means the average adult tree breathes in, sequesters, offsets about 25 kilograms to 30 kilograms of CO2 every year. These are conservative numbers, which means the Mabira Forest is offsetting 1.125 million tons of CO2 every year. That's the resource that you have. So if you chose to turn the Mabira Forest into a carbon conservation project to generate carbon certificates, it would start producing 1.125 million carbon certificates each year for sale on the international market. A high quality carbon offset right now you can sell for about $5, which means if you do nothing but protect the Mabira Forest, you could generate conservatively $5.5 million annually for the next 45 years. Let's be Starbucks. That's the main message.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukalazi. You can see the resources there, the forests are there. So why can't we get that money for the next 45 years? I'm still wondering. It sounds too good, but I hope there's not another sweet lie. but honestly, if the resource is there, the forest is there, the trees are there, we could have started yesterday. But you know,
you should have.
You should have. You're saying what we need is business, not charity. Do you realize that Grow is not Grow Incorporated, but Grow Foundation?
I can respond.
Okay.
So we are not explicitly not a charity.
Okay.
We are a social impact organization. We produce a product and choose to use it for social good. So just in numbers, and for example, this for the honorable keynote speaker, we are not backed, but obviously we're backed by a large fund to pre-invest everything, but we have zero venture capital backing us. We have zero climate funds, zero CSR, zero private equity. We're not going out asking for donations. We are manufacturing a product and we're selling it, a product that is government mandated demands. When the government said, hey guys, from next week, everybody has to have a mask. The prices of masks shot up, supply and demand. The governments around the world are mandating businesses to buy carbon certificates. It's exactly the same.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Carol Nemagembe. The financial resources allocated to the water and the environment sector as a percentage of the national budget have been reducing over the last few years. What should the water and the environment sector do to attract the required attention from government in terms of prioritization and funding?
Thank you so much. I'll start differently. From the discussion today, I had to reflect when the World Bank announced they are freezing funds to Uganda, we all reacted differently. But especially the citizen kept saying, it's okay. After all, we haven't seen anything that those people are doing for us. There's so much you can interpret from that. But most importantly, it's talking about, are we demonstrating impact? Are the citizens we are investing for feeling us? Maybe we are, but are we telling that story? I always see the Uganda Revenue Authority actually telling the story of the other government agencies. Is that right? Is that the story they should tell? URA should be telling us how much they are collecting. Ministry of Water, you should be telling us the change you are creating, and indeed it is there. So let's tell our story, right? Let's have the citizens feel us, whether we have the money in the quantities we want or in the little quantities we are currently receiving. Let's make the citizen feel us. When we look at the current financial year 23-24, I want to start by congratulating the Ministry of Water and the other players, NP and Ministry of Finance, for the first time giving us a certificate of compliance for climate change. We were looking forward to this. We only ask that if there is a national task force, incorporate civil society. We have opinions to add to this process and support the certification. But also to congratulate you on helping integrate, on taking the leadership in integrating water across the different programs. And I want to speak to some numbers. Under agro-industrialization program, there is 261 billion for the ministry, at least according to the draft budget estimates. Under climate change, natural resources, environment and water program, there is 206 billion, and human capital development has the highest. And I think Jen here would clap hands, 671 billion. It might not be enough. And today, from the discussions I've had, I don't want to get trapped into what Patrick has asked me, more money, but let us discuss efficiency. How do we put value to the little that we have? And I would quote the OAG's report. In the top priorities, top 12 priorities for government, at least according to what the Ministry of Finance mentioned, one of them, there are two on human capital, hedging that fund, protecting that. Any reduction on money and human capital development shouldn't happen. We clapped for that because water for people falls in there. But also, Ministry of Finance puts emphasis on investing better in micro scale irrigation, largely solar based. And we were happy for that. And when you trace the investments, you can still see how pieces of money that they are mentioning that they are investing in that, so that we can protect all, reduce our reliance on rain-fed agriculture. So we see that happening. But in terms of efficiency, the Auditor General's report for 2021-22 looks at a project, budget performance audit, and it looks at a project on micro scale irrigation. And there's an interesting scenario there that you see in this report. First, it is a good design because it encourages co-financing from what we have now been told not to call beneficiaries, but farmers. The government is saying, we come to the community, identify farmers, sensitize them on the need to invest in irrigation, but also to co-finance. And indeed, this is implemented in around 47 districts, local governments. And farmers are sensitized, money is mobilized from the farmers, at least around 2 billion and more. But the interesting part is that when the farmers were mobilized, they contributed. Around 479 were the beneficiaries listed. Of the 479, around 200 are on that list or less than that, but they did not co-finance. The ones that co-financed, some of the ones that co-financed are not on the list. You get. Then it goes further to check, okay, of the 2 billion that of the 8 billion that government invested, what is the quality of the service, of the equipment that was procured, but also installed? These are a few examples. The auditor finds out that the concrete stands to hold the tanks were incomplete. This was in around a few districts, but the cost was for 8 billion. The water sources were shallow. The water tank stands were not of the required heights. The contractor had delivered under capacity tanks. The requirement was 10,000 liters, it was below. But this is money that has been invested. It is little. It might be little because we might have wanted more than that because the project is around 50 billion that was approved for that year. So 8 billion, if you want to count loss, that 8 billion is a loss because the service has been provided, but not to the required standard. Who is being cheated? It is that farmer that we said would be gaining the $7 in case we have invested better. So as we go to government to negotiate for better money, we are being challenged always. I remember there was a case, there was a scenario. We went to the former PSST, may his soul rest in peace, and we were arguing for why should water for production be in the Ministry of Water? It should be in agriculture. We made our case, a very beautiful position paper as civil society. You know how we are. He listened. He's like, oh, thank you, but I want to challenge you. This is the project performance report. Go and understand the 2 projects. He gave us the projects and the information about it. After you assess, come back and we discuss. We feared to go back. There was no case for us to argue again why the Ministry of Agriculture should take that line. And it speaks to what the keynote speaker mentioned, that business of mandate. Because for us, we're arguing from the sense of mandate. They have the mandate, it is there, right? But from the assessment, poor project management, procurement irregularities, corruption, and misuse of resources were some of the things that were coming out from the findings. So such cases become impossible for us to argue around to get more money. That beats our cause as civil society, yet we want to be in this cause and argue better for you. When we look again, some of the things that we think government needs to be doing, we are shifting our argument, by the way, from more money, more money. We are where should the money go? How are you using the little that you have? So today I didn't want to speak more on where the money should go, but I know that there is money in the 23, for example, 2024 budget that has been dedicated to this program. I also want to look at the performance of the midterm review results, the program where we fall. The overall performance was 27%. And there are two indicators of interest there. At targets that were not met. There are many other targets that were not met, but for us of interest as civil society budget advocacy group, there are two targets that I picked out. The Climate Change Vulnerability Index of Uganda, by 2021, the target was not met. What does that mean? How do we invest better, whether from public or private, to turn around that result? The percentage of sectors, that is the second target, integrating climate change in their development plans was also halfway met. And the NPA states that the MDAs and local governments are doing very well in integrating, for example, climate change in their development plans. But when it comes to the budgeting process, that shift is not seen. Like picking the targets in the development plan into the annual budgets, that is not coming in. So we think the certificate of compliance is going to help us. The other thing noted is that we are investing in some local governments and MDAs that don't have certified strategic plans. What does that mean? We are spending on the wrong priorities. Patrick, I think now you see why we have shifted, give them money, give them money. We are interrogating better. What are they, where should they invest? Are they investing in the right places? NPA by 21-22 had not certified strategic plans for 89 local governments. And the case is worse for lower local governments, sub-counties and what? Whereby only 28 out of 335 sampled lower local governments had strategic plans. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't pay attention to these aspects, we are investing in the wrong areas and there will not be value for money, we will not be in position to demonstrate impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Carol. Let me come to you, the banker. Okay, Carol, what role is the banking sector playing or can play in supporting delivery of water, sanitation, environment, and climate change related services in Uganda? What role are you playing as DFCU, and what do you see the future looking like?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. My name is Caroline Andama. I work for DFCU Bank in the corporate department. I am a segment head for public sector. So by default, I'm not here by accident. So you know, when you say public sector, that's basically government business among others. First of all, I want to thank Minister of Water for this opportunity. And I want to thank Dr. Kalis. I have been in the corridors of Ministry of Water for the past, I think, 10 years. And I've participated in activities of the ministry, especially the Water Week, very actively in all the Water Weeks, save for the last one that while I was sick. Yeah, that time I was sick. But nonetheless, we're here. Thanks for the question. First of all, I'll start with DFCU. DFCU has been in this market for the last over 60 years. Yes. And DFCU came in as that development finance company of Uganda to transform lives and businesses over 60 years when the British left. So we immediately jumped in. And I think it's only right that this time DFCU is here to transform the climate. And we're determined to do that. So back to your question, I will not bore you with what banks have done or what banks do We all know what banks do as per their mandate. Of course, we do the financing bit, we do collections for you, we do all the other things. But what's important today in this discussion is, what is that different thing that banks are going to do? For me, I think that's the gist of the question. Patrick, I'm sorry, I had to change your question. But from the discussions of this morning, clearly, it is doing things differently. So as DFCU, we have been very intentional, especially this year, to go sector focused. So we have lined up about 10 sectors, but of course in there we have agriculture and also climate change. Climate is one of those sectors that we're looking at. But that is just the bank's products and that's the bank strategy. But going to innovation and thinking innovatively, we ask ourselves, what is that different thing that is going to be in line with environment, water, and sanitation that the bank is going to do? So we do have under DFCU, we have the education sector. And why I'm starting with education, we all know that the pandemic, I don't know what happened, but the number of children doubled in one way or the other. I won't say they overproduced, but I think somewhere the kids did not go to school. So for one reason, the classes are double, they are times 2. So I just want to test, let's tickle our minds a bit. When you look at the classes being doubled, and these classes, these children are actually having all the meals, right from breakfast, lunch, dinner, and you ask yourself, what do they use for cooking? This is a question to you, ladies and gentlemen. What do these people use for cooking? That's the question that came to mind. And now we have been intentional and saying, okay, we need to bring everybody on board. We have gone ahead to bring the schools on board. And the beauty is that as a bank, we advantage that we have all walks of life of people who come to us and have all the solutions you could think of, but we have the money. And we know where the need is, so we actually address your need. So back to education, we've looked at it and said, how can we save the climate? How can we save the environment? How can we save this nation from cutting more trees and more trees and more trees? I know we've used the stoves that are there, but is that enough? But we're still cutting trees. Is there another innovative way that we could actually do? This is a question I'm posing out to you and to the public. Is there another innovative way that we can actually provide food for these, cook food for these children, they still eat without necessarily cutting a tree? Yeah, we can. Have we considered waste management? Have we considered gas? What is that different thing we're doing? Well, if you're out there, a business person, then you come up with your idea, come to the bank. We have the money, we shall finance you. And now it gets a bit interesting. We still go back and say, okay, fine. Are you going to give me at the same rate? We're also conscious. I mean, our business, we have to sustain this business. If Uganda is not there, if you are not there tomorrow, I will have no business. The bank will cease to exist. So we have said we're going to earmark cheap source of financing from our partners, because we're in this together. It's not a Ugandan thing, it's a world problem. So we're in this together. They have businesses here, and we're telling them, give us a cheaper line of funding that we can do onward lending to these businesses to support the climate change agenda. So that is one. 2, we have also worked with some development partners. EU has some funds, and as we speak now, we've signed the MOU. We have about 250 SMEs to whom we're going to extend. Again, this is another innovative way of doing things. It's not the usual banking, yeah? So to whom we're going to extend financing, especially for it's green financing. So they will be coming to us and we'll be extending to them. Two things here. We are protecting the climate, but also we're driving your agenda. If you can't meet the budget and yet you have this target to meet, I'm sure you also have targets like I do. I'm sure that you have this target to meet, then the bank is answering the other challenge that you're facing, that let the private sector come in, let the banks come in and play the role of implementing some of your policies or your agenda. And then, yes, we have, somebody talked of irrigation, solar irrigation as one of those areas that we're looking at. And earlier on, we talked about the program approach as opposed to the budget approach. So as a bank, we are here. If there is a program and there is out there an investor who wants maybe to get advance payment guarantees, performance guarantees, and by the way, we are staking ourselves. We take a lot of risk on your behalf, government, I would say, because we are staking there and saying, yes, we are going to give you this performance guarantee, and should they fail to perform, you're going to call on that guarantee that hits directly to my P&L, and you get your money back. But we all monitor the projects seriously, and there's one project that is going on, Ministry of Water, you're aware of it, where DFCU participated. We are partners in this, and we are following up on the delivery of this service. So we actually monitor the projects at every stage to see that if we're supposed to be here by year this, yes, we are there. So we don't call on the guarantees. So that's another key area. But also that aside, we as DFCU have what we call corporate social investment. We don't really give, but we go into partnerships, activities, like my brother here mentioned earlier. Yeah, I like the approach. Yes, we can go into something like that. We go into this together, plant the trees, get the carbon credit, and then the community is benefiting, but also you're benefiting. That is just one of those things that the bank does. So there was, if you ask me as a bank, are we also conscious when we're operating? Patrick, I'm sure you're going to ask me about that question. What are we doing differently to see that our operations do not affect the climate and the rest? We're very conscious. And by the way, banks can be they can cause a big disaster if we're not careful where we lend these monies. So there's what we call ESG. I'm sure you all know this, environmental social governance policies. Yes, we follow that to the latter. Where our money goes, first of all, you have to meet certain standards. We just don't give money for, we're not going to give you money and then you're going to pour your chemicals into river, is it? Yeah. Yes, we'll not give you breweries our money, and then from there you're pouring. We make sure that you're actually following the ESG standards to the latter, and we monitor those carefully. So that is one thing that the banks are doing. We don't just give out our money carelessly. We monitor to see that the environment is actually protected. Then inside there, as DFCU, we are going paperless. We are looking at going paperless, and this paper is not made, I'm sure it's made out of wood or something, yeah? Somewhere, yes. So we're also thinking of going paperless. It's something we can adopt. And then we are also working with other partners, like the insurance companies. I'll give an example of Garantico, to subsidize in a way the financing we're going to give out for climate or for water and sanitation. And then, of course, yeah, I've talked about the corporate social investment.
All right, Carol.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to all the panelists. Of course, they still have some more questions to respond to. And but this is the moment when you have to have your say, you who are seated in this auditorium. I would want to give the first opportunity to the Honorable Ephraim, the Buweju West Member of Parliament. Kindly somebody to give a microphone. And I know you're MP, but I'm giving you only 2 minutes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, Honorable Ephraim.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Brother Ephraim, MP of West West. I have been a lot patient, but I use very little time. I have got a concern. All the discussions when we are discussing here, I feel like doing two things. One, to carry all the facilitators, all the people talking to my constituency, to talk from there.
Okay.
So that people talk from here. Or shifting all of you and bringing my people to sit here so that they listen to what is happening because it is live on the ground. One, you have talked about River Ruiz so much. A lot of reference has been given on River Ruiz. I feel a bit cheated. River Ruiz, I understand the people who talk about River Ruiz so much find it in Mbarara, forgetting that River Ruiz comes from somewhere. Now, if we are going to guard the environment, we need to guard it from the source. I do not know whether the researchers, for example,
in the heat,
whether these people, I'm giving you the live examples, if they know Kankara swamp, if they know Bushozi swamp, if they know Nyachishana, if they know Nyakafara in Nyachitoko. Because if these areas are not guarded, like you are saying, Ruarizi is not there. Now, the environment in Buhoju, for example, to be specific, is facing a lot of things. One, degradation through bush burning. You are talking of how many trees have you planted? A lot of trees that are planted are burnt wildly. Like if you go there, you see black. The trees are burnt. And are they helping us later on? Two, the hills are dug and soil erosion. Someone talked about a donation for on River Nyamwamba. Because we are big donors. We burn the bush, it gets into ash, then the erosion comes, it goes into the smaller rivers, they collect into River Ruiz or River Chambra. You know where is the watershed for the two rivers. So we donate all these nutrients to the Sudan and Egypt without knowing. So my concern about the water source will later on not be there, and we shall not supply safe water because there will be no water, because the environment is abused, and we have not focused on the right areas to protect and finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I think Honorable is challenging us that we are here. We're making a lot of sense here in this hotel, but probably we're making sense to ourselves. We need to go to Mweji. Thank you very much. Before I can, there's somebody, Mr. Robert Bakika. Okay, yes. What I want from you is to shed more light on climate financing, very briefly, then I can take the questions. Very briefly, sir.
Thank you very much. And this in the climate change department, the Minister of Water. And thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Kamala. Just to run through, when we talk of climate change, we have a plan, which is the NDC, the nationally determined contribution. And for some of you who have not opened it so much, we have estimated what is required to implement interventions in the wash sector. And we require around 2.7 billion by the year 2030, and of which what we expect from the development partners and other financials, apart from government, is around 2.3 billion. That shows you that the huge finance gap we expect is from the developed world. Knowing that the domestic financing is not feasible, it is why we are thinking about innovative financing. And in the Ministry of Water, as you have heard, one of the innovative financing instruments we're exploring are what we are calling the carbon pricing instruments. I think the colleague from GROW Foundation touched a bit about them, but the carbon pricing instruments go beyond the taxation, which my colleague comes from the Minister of Finance, Mr. Moses Sonko, is used to We also look at the market-based mechanisms where we have had experiences as early as 2009, and that is what we call the clean development mechanisms, which are now under the transition into what we call the Article 6 mechanisms. And I want to inform this meeting or this dialogue that we're in the final stages of completing the regulations to guide and govern the market mechanisms. In addition, we are collaborating with the Ministry of Finance to improve on the innovative financing instruments. And here we are looking at blended finance. If you have been observing the most support the country has been receiving from the bank, I'm talking of the World Bank, much of it has been blended, especially it has been a mix of grant and concessional, especially if you look at the window which goes to refugees. So the refugee component has been grant, and the other has been concession. So such innovative mechanisms are trying to deliver, and we have estimates on what we think we can mobilize from these carbon pricing instruments, which we will be able to share with you during the course of the day or sometime back. As I conclude, I know time is not on our side. I just want to re-echo one of the financial innovation Mr. Kamara was pointing to.
Okay, thank you very much. We may need to change that microphone there. And so I understand, Alex, you have a 2-minute video, but we're going to have that later. So that the people here in this auditorium do not forget their ideas and the questions that they want to ask. So yes, I have a gentleman here in a famous colored tie. Uganda is in love with this color. So, okay. No, it's okay. I hope, please take it in good faith.
Definitely, I'll take it with good.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. I'm called Musingus Laban, and I'm the president of the Youth Coalition for SDGs. At the same time, the country coordinator Grow Foundation. My question would go, or what I would submit would go to the private sector. The constituency that I represent, which are the young people, probably the biggest or the largest population we have, has an issue with refinancing and financing of their proposals. Now, I understand that the private sector says they have the guidelines they follow, but this is a very dynamic population that probably will have a lot of innovation going on. Government has done its part through the National SDG Secretariat. We have space there. They have allocated a space that is at Postel Building as a youth hub under Office of the Prime Minister, headed by Dr. Albert Biamgisha. We are trying to ask this private sector. We are seeing DFCU, we are seeing Nile Breweries, we are seeing MTN. Every year they say we have skilled this number of youth, we have this number of people. But how best can we then have a clear monitoring and evaluation mechanism so that then we can offer you these 50,000 young people that you can train, that you can, build capacity on through different various aspects. Finally, the keynote speaker talked about how the young people are going out of the country. For us as young people who are in probably positions that we can be in, we are trying to lure more young people to come from the diaspora, as you can see Mukala's here, luring him to come and invest. Because now...
Thank you for your effort.
Because if they have failed to create, these local partners have failed to create for us avenues, we shall go look for those young people who went, bring them here, but then don't frustrate our process when we bring them here.
Thank you.
Thank
the
you.
earlier question, whom do you want? Are you
the private sector? Nile Breweries and the DFCU, they are there.
Nile Breweries. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kamara, and thank you, our panelists. My name is Pasco Viarugawa from the SDG Secretariat Office of the Prime Minister. I like the fact that everybody else since morning, we have been talking about innovation. And for me, they are just simple things. Just look on our tables here, because we are talking about climate and environment. The tables are full of papers, and we are talking of 21st century. Just an example to start with. Our honorable members of parliament, Honorable Cyrus, I know Uganda PS, when he's looking for money from the treasury, from Minister of Finance, the PS there, they will keep telling these MDAs ministry that you are a consumptive ministry. You are a consumptive MDA. That's the word they usually use. In terms of innovation, how can you, members of parliament, how can we, the technical people that work in these ministries, be innovative enough to ensure that in each of these MDAs, all of them, they become a source of income to government? Because lotteries and gaming board, they will go to Minister of Finance, they argue how much they bring, so that they need more because there's something they bring in. When URA is looking for money from Minister of Finance, they have a voice because everyone else knows there is a money they bring, they finance the economy. But so how can these MDAs also be innovative in bringing in money to the private sector? Just simple things. When you go to Nairo breweries in Jinja, I stay in Imbarara, I'm from Barara. When you go to Nairo breweries in Imbarara, to be very honest, in Jinja, the perimeter fence of Nairo breweries is on the roadside. There is no single tree outside that perimeter fence. And we are talking about sustainability. We are talking about just simple things. In Imbarara, if you go there, I would, for instance, prefer that simple road, tarmac road from the main road in Oroharo going to the Nairo breweries. Why can't it be green? Just simple like that. In Imbarara, the whole state of Imbarara, all our cities across Uganda, they are too dry. Why should this private sector come in with CSR? I'm happy my friend from DFCU are now talking about ESG because that's what is being talked about globally. Because everyone else is realizing that corporate social responsibility, it's nothing. That DFCU, Nairo breweries, they wait until when there is a marathon, several rivalries to come in. So why can't you have sustainable programs and say we are going to green the whole of Mbarara? And lastly, to all of us, I am happy that our government, the chair is not here, we have gone into program approach where we have 20 programs now. And why I'm saying this is because I know Ministry of Water, somehow, somewhere, it finds itself now working with Ministry of Works, because possibly there is where they meet in a particular program.
Okay.
All of us, just a second, just to look at the northern bypass from Naria to Sega. It is dry. Someone decided to put a road this side, another road this side, metals in the middle, and tarmac that space in the middle. Why is it not green? Over to you.
Thank you very much. And in fact, all the highways that we have, Dr. Jibril, we are coming to you. All the highways that we have, if we have plant trees along the highways, on those, because there's government land, I mean, you can imagine the kind of forest that we would have across the country. Dr. Jibril, you had your hand up there.
Well, I appreciate your commitment towards environmental protection, especially to you, Mr. Emmanuel Njuchi of Nairo Breweries. When you move around the stretch, the riverbanks of River Rizi, you see a number of eucalyptus planted. Yet we all know that the Uganda's forest recovery on private land has decreased from 16% to 4% when you consider the 2020 statistics of forest resource assessment. But now, the reason why these local people are encroaching onto the riverbanks with water-sucking trees, that is eucalyptus, it's because they need money. With any other program that is alternatively generating money, they are ready and available to change the mindset from eucalyptus tree planting to something else. Now the water levels of River Rizi are down. Nyamwamba, the water levels are down. Mpanga, the one of ours in Kamwenge up, the water levels are decreasing. And we are all settled down without significant actions being taken. With the ministry, good enough the PS is here and he invited all of us. Why can't you write as a Nile breweries to the ministry requesting management of the catchment areas, the boundaries of this river, so that you liaise with the local people with a sustainable program which can maintain the river, the water levels, at the same time generating income to these local people. Because for us, we are into conservation forestry, agroforestry, which are done on government land as well as protected forests. But now we are talking about the waters of this country. Thank you very much.
And by the way, a round of applause, Dr. Jibril, because they're actually doing some work and a million tree initiative, right?
Maybe I wish to appreciate the commitment from everyone, and with Grow helping us with the support. So far, we are done with the 20 acres restoration program in Chisoro. We are hitting on 40 acres in Kasese. Together with the NFA, we are to be in Rubilizi at Kasiwa Chitomi Forest. And this is all done toward the Uganda's contribution to the UN decade on ecosystem restoration. Thank you very much.
I wanted to say that because I know what he's doing, and we've been told that we should highlight whatever achievement we are doing. It's not so if we cannot just blow our own trumpet, who will? So thank you so much, Dr. Jibril, and what you are doing. Honorable, yes, from the northern city of Gulu.
Northeast.
Sorry.
It is Kumi, Kumi municipality. Now that I'm not a panelist, but there's a question that is coming towards members of parliament. I thought I would take this opportunity and quickly respond. That specifically is to deal with the issue of consumptive expenditure. I saw at one moment a situation where the Ministry of Finance was getting negative towards the Ministry of Gender because they feel they are one of those that are consumptive in nature. But I want to bring to your attention that each of us must always justify their relevance. In Bukedia, in one of the years, a doctor had a struggle over land with a local person. And the person thought, if they go to court, he cannot win the case. Because for him, he doesn't have the money, but the other one has the money. He got a panga and killed the doctor. This is a live case. It happened. What is the issue here? It was about preparation of the two to face reality. So whereas we think sometimes that the Minister of Gender is consumptive, they are the ones who are supposed to go ahead of us to prepare the ground for those who are coming with the hardware. And therefore, there should be nothing like consumptive expenditure. The problem is that we have hidden actions. We don't give to the people, show the people, the world, what we are doing with the money that we give to such entities. And for me, that is the real issue. When you do something, report, show the impact, show the change. How did you prepare the community? And I think that makes the difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, when you talked about Bukedia, I remembered recently looking at a very beautiful palace, standing on a bare hill with not even a single grass.
Yes.
And I'm thinking maybe your area is really, really water stressed.
Yes.
Or perhaps you need some innovations.
And somebody touched on the issue of Onalia, Busega, the expressway almost. I think it's a matter of policy and law. We need to change something. It starts from the upper level now. We must revisit the law and the policy.
Okay.
Can't have those rails in the middle of the road.
What I know, by the way, you only have 2 questions from all of you. So, and they told us, let us not start with the problem statement. Let us be talking about. So I like that. So the panelists only have 2 questions so far, and you're talking about issues. No, there's a lady in the middle there, the middle row. Right? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Proscovia Vickman Nanyonjo from Buganda Kingdom. First of all, let me thank our keynote speaker. I think you are spot on, and also speaking to this dialogue delegates, I think it was timely and spot on. One thing I liked about your keynote address was the the call to action. And I think all of us who were here while he was giving his keynote address, we need to take that at least something that we need to act now. The other things that I needed to talk about, and as I said, I come from Uganda Kingdom, my interest is Lake Wamala. You've talked about River Ruizi and everything else, but in this region, we know that Lake Wamala is already encroached upon. But I'd want to borrow what my friend from Gross said. We could have the youth. And the youth, this is a solution, Mr. Kamara, I'm trying to provide. We already have money from the Ministry of Finance and I think State House on the PDM, that is parish model, parish development model, that money. I'm thinking that if this money was directed in the right way through the youth programs, like Lake Wamala conservation, even if we just said we had a campaign for 4 years, the restoration of Lake Wamala as a destination, we use bamboo or any other species to protect the boundaries or the barrier on Lake Wamala. It has several districts, but then use that barrier and boundary to create a bikers track. I think we have had the riders, international riders going to Kigali. They go through like the France touring good, but it's the cyclers. We had somebody who came to us at Bulange and they wanted to do that. And these are from the Belgian embassy, but there's no route around it. So for me, I'm just trying to give you an alternative. Is it possible that we can use that? Have the money for the youth to do the planting, but pay them as they are doing the buffer. But at the same time, we create it as a destination, as a conservative way. And that is from the Uganda Kingdom, as I'm just suggesting. Work with us, we shall be able to help you out. The other one is the bankers and Nile breweries. Omwenge guo masebo na ye amazzi nago tugeetaaga. We want to see you more work with us. I know you are near the Chabazinga, but also on the other side. How do we work together in the conservation? Buganda, we've started the Chibira Cha Kabaka, and I also Chabazinga, they have started Chabazinga's Chibira Cha Chabazinga. So it's already there. So how do we benefit on the carbon credit?
All right.
That?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I think you raised very important issues of Lake Wamala. And by the way, if only we use the Lake Victoria water resource effectively, probably wouldn't even want to ask any more aid. I'm told the Egyptian government makes about 4 billion from the Nile alone through tourism. Can you imagine what we could do with the Lake Victoria, with marine tourism and all this kind of stuff? There's a lot. And she was thanking you that the beer, you are in Njuki, perhaps Njuki doesn't, like, alikuwa anasema, pombe yako ni utamu sana. Okay, Njuki, okay. So, I know that the PS has, may I request the PS to come and respond? Because I know there's another activity you're going to, so that then we can continue. Because people have raised very important issues. We also don't want to forget them. And you have other issues to attend to.
Thank you, Bwana Kamara. Really, I'm not raising issues, but today, really, for us from the Ministry of Water and Environment, we are here to listen and listen very attentively and pick up some of these suggestions and see how we can put them into action and do better when it comes to resource mobilization. I know there is movement along the issue of the carbon market and the carbon credit, which matter is still to be decided on by cabinet, although Biachika was masquerading as if though he is an authority in cabinet. That is a matter before cabinet. I can't comment on it. You need to learn that. Yes. One of the things that really we want to see is the involvement of the private sector. Because in the past, the private sector became an enemy of the ecosystem. They were more of exploiter instead of conservationists. But the agenda has changed. And I would like to appreciate the private sector that is walking the journey with us. Nile Breweries has been very active in River Ruizi and is still active. Uganda Breweries is very active. Running out of trees, roots, that campaign that aims at 40 million trees grown annually. The banks, DFCU, Stanbic Bank, we are with them in tree growing. And I think with equity, we are looking at actually investment by individuals together with microfinance, I think, support center, how we can facilitate smallholders who can to access some funding along the chain. The point is, this is a matter of existence. It is not a matter purely for government. Government takes a role, policies, implementation, and enforcement and supervision. Government can come up with taxation measures, can come up with punitive penalties, but that cannot be sustainable. Development and environment can coexist. If development imposes itself on environment, it is a matter of time. Environment will win. It will never go wrong. It will win. We saw with the rising water levels, 1964, most of us were not born then. But people who thought otherwise paid the price. So ours is to say, let us coexist. And let us look at these ecosystem services investments as investments that benefits us and generations to come. But importantly, we need to start speaking the language that the private sector understands. We need to demonstrate more accountability, more transparency. And we also need to own up, because we are also human beings. At times we make mistakes. When we do it, we own up. And I think this is not the first dialogue. It is not the last. We are going to be engaging. And I simply want to say thank you, and let us continue with this spirit. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I have some diplomats waiting for me, a meeting that was arranged more than 4 months ago. So I have to leave. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. The PS. Okay, let's take the moment to have our Kodak moment. Is it still Kodak? Some of us will. Some of us are, it's no longer Kodak, it's something else. Samsung iPhone good moment. Yeah, you can see. Dr. Kalisti. Okay. Yes. No. Okay. All of you can say the name Yasin. Okay. I think that's good enough. Thank you very much. Our PS, we thank you so much. Mr. Alfred Okoto Kidi. Thank you. Okay. We are generating ideas. We are trying to avoid the problem statement. There were 2 questions asked that are directed to Mr. Njuki and Caro. And so they'll be able. I'm going to pick maybe 3 more from the auditorium. There's a gentleman at the back there at the banner of Uganda Water. Please make it very brief so that we can also get views from different people.
Thank you so much, and
Yes.
allow me to stand, please. I kindly request that we should also think about capacity building, because we are all here talking a lot of content, but if you were to ask, how many of us are from the university here? Anybody? I'm the only one. How can I pass on this knowledge to our new products from the university? I would say Minister of Water has capacity to even handle this kind of training to the ministry people themselves when you go to the industries or go to the districts up country. I request that the Minister of Water can think about that issue of capacity building in terms of connectivity to the universities, research, and also training the ones who are employed by the Minister of Water.
Thank you very much. Those are the ideas that we need. There's still a gentleman in the middle row at the back.
Thank you very much. I've seen these people, the private sector, working in isolation. Nairobi Breweries is working on its own. The bankers are working on their own. Why don't we have a collective way? Because we are showing a way of doing things. It is a collective way, coming together and doing things. Another issue, these hotel owners, they are part of the problem. The bankers are part of the problem. The broadcasters are part of the problem. Why don't we come up with these unions to come together and we engage them, because they have seen the magnitude of the problem. We need them to come together. This time is to learn in a hard way. We said we can take it.
We'll stop
Let's
working in
take it.
silos. Okay, I actually somehow felt the same. Like, are we not sometimes doing the same thing in different areas, and then we need coordination maybe is important. So that if somebody, there are people working on River Ruizi, you hear Accord, you hear now Minister of Water, you hear the bank, you hear all these people. How about if you put those efforts together and maybe you do something very big? Well, I suppose it's a good idea. I can see Dr. Kalisti making some notes, so. Can we hear some more? Another question? Okay, I'll take the very last now that I have a hand up there, still at the back. Yes, there is a gentleman at the back, and that is the last issue.
Thank you very much, moderator, and the panelists and the speakers. I know we have talked a lot about water. Dr. Kalisto already knows my interest. Yeah, sanitation. But I want to say that I participated in a project which ended recently, which showed that it is possible for the households to invest in some of the facilities. Because we have seen if they can invest in sanitation, depending on the approach you use, then it is possible that they can invest in so many other things.
Right.
And also, it is possible for the households to borrow money to invest in sanitation. So linking with the financial institutions, it is possible to achieve that as well. But for example, the project was about to $30 million, but when we estimate the investment by the communities, it is about $8 to $9 million based on what they have invested to improve their toilets or to construct new ones. So there is also potential there. If they can invest in sanitation, what about the other things like environmental protection, tree planting, and so on? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not picking any more questions from the audience, but let me just pick 2 or 3 questions from online audience that have been following us. And somebody, Joyce Magala, says, what innovative financing mechanism has the Ministry of Water and Environment developed that can be scaled up? Maybe Dr. Kalisti, at one point you respond to that. There's a question to good afternoon all. Thank you, Mr. Mukalazi, for the presentation. Did you say that a tree of average size offsets 25 kilograms of carbon? I think once Patrick or team online wanted to know that. And lastly, somebody says, my observation is there's a need for implementation of already existing guidelines, policies and laws without discrimination. After creating impact, funding will automatically come over from both government of Uganda and development partners. That is Issa Kawunde. All of you are sending questions online. Thank you so much. And let me begin with you, Caro, because there's a question that is you could take up, but also Caro Namagembe will give us a minute, and so we shall conclude with the Mr. Njuki. Please keep it very brief if you can.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Sorry, I did not get your name, but Laban, yes. Laban, we've met in another circle before. Yeah, it's about upskilling the youth. What can the bank do? That was your question to us, right? Okay, it's good you have the platform, and you already have the people. That's the platform I'm talking about. It would be great for us to, first of all, meet with the youth, just to understand. So you can take my details. We can arrange for that meeting so that we get to know exactly what their needs are, and then we should be able to address them appropriately. But just out of interest, we also have an upskilling, what we call the ADC Agri-Development Center, in partnership with Rabobank and DFCU, where we upskill the youth, especially those that are in agriculture. So there's a lot that we can talk about. At a later time, I'll give you my details. I think we can pick it up from there. Maybe before I hand over this, there's one thing that I forgot, and it's very important. We have what we call SCF fund, which with Bank of Uganda for Agriculture. Just posing a question to the house here. Do we have a fund that is with Bank of Uganda that is meant for environment or climate change? Is this something you want to pick up? Thank you.
Something like the agriculture credit financing.
Yes. The beauty with it is that the interest rate is low, so it's actually capped.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Caro, and Caro Namagembe.
Thank you so much, the audience, for listening in. I think as we move to the end, I just wanted to re-echo that efficiency is key. Globally, since the COVID-19, we have seen a shift from aid to trade. So that, I think, augurs in well with the conversation that we have today. And that has required most of us, at least from the civil society angle, to change the way we are also looking for money. And I think from the discussion we had today, government is also being asked to shift how we approach our funders, how we use our resourcing. And our national government also, over time, has started making these shifts. We are seeing that when the budget is presented, there is now a term, budget repurposing. Ministry of Finance and Cabinet have the mandate to sit and reorganize where the resources should go. And they are telling the nation that, no, we are taking this money to where the priorities are, and these priorities are on economic recovery. So how do you build a case that confirms to the agencies that are going to make these decisions that our investment is contributing towards economic recovery? And through this repurposing, I just wanted to emphasize something. There is room to get money already that's present without necessarily attracting new funding. And the example I want to use is for the PDM. PDM money is purely coming from resources that are existing within our government. We are not borrowing. We are not expecting URA to collect, but they just receive that budget and say, no, we can pick from here and get that 1 trillion that government needs for the next 5 years annually. So let's, as Ministry of Water and the other agencies under this program, we can also refocus on our resources and see where can we best invest and move away from some of the areas that are not going to add value to the targets we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I know if you keep referring most of you to PDM, I am told some people think this PDM is actually per diem. Paul, Paul is your moment.
So my question was easy. The answer is yes, the end, but I'll elaborate a little bit. Yes. So it's a thing with statistics. Obviously, in terms of how much carbon does a tree bind as it grows, differs from tree to tree. So a small bonsai tree will obviously not sequester as much carbon as a majestic 200-year-old oak tree, for example. So when calculating just as a vanilla average number, 25 kilos a year is like the agreed upon average number to get a rough estimate. But when you calculate a project, obviously look at the actual.
All right.
And left, maybe a second for people to understand. Carbon sequestration, how does it work? We all breathe in oxygen. O2. Oxygen goes into our lungs, it distributes our cells, and it takes out carbon as a waste product. And we breathe out carbon, C, CO2. Now we're breathing out carbon dioxide. A tree breathes in carbon dioxide, CO2, and it binds that carbon into the growth of its bark. It keeps the C, and it gives us oxygen, O2 back. That's the circle of life.
It's the give and take. It's kind of give and take. Okay, Flavia.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to conclude by saying that as a sector, financial sector, the willingness is there to change, to innovate. We are currently talking of what we call the triple bottom line, where we are looking at the social well-being, the profitability, as well as the planet, the environment. And just to re-echo what I put forward earlier, we just need to organize ourselves to negotiate with these private partners to make it attractive for them to have these products that can be accessed by the masses, thereby complementing government efforts and bridging that gap, so that we encourage them to develop commercial products in this space, as opposed to the CRS that is non-commutal. Thank you very much. Not to forget the policy guidelines, very important to bring us together, to be able to learn, to know what works and what doesn't work. We need that support from the parent ministry, from government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njuki.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think I need to introduce myself properly. I am Ugandan. I'm Chanju Emmanuel Banzala Mpiji. So, Proscovia, lovely to meet you. But two,
it was a trick so that you can actually.
Yes, it was a trick. I know that the name is Pan-African, and it's more common in Kenya, the Kikuyu. But we have a lot of, not many, a few Njishis. It means the same thing. It means bees. Yeah.
If you asked about the Camara,
absolutely,
it will be so West African. Okay.
Yes. What I hear from the questions and comments about what we've said here is that we agree. We agree that there's a challenge with water, with conservation. There's a challenge with financing. We are doing a lot already, wherever we sit, but we can do better. What I'm saying on our part, the reason I shared about River Rees is because that's a core problem that affects our business. We've done a lot of other water projects. For example, we are supporting farmers in about 20 districts in Uganda. In Teso, in northern Uganda, in Kapchorwa, in southwestern Uganda, Rwanda, Kabale, in Kanungu. And most of those places we've actually drilled boreholes to support the farmers to have more water. Now, I didn't want to talk about that yet here because we're talking about how we can be able to finance water projects. But even for the private sector, these resources are limited. There's only going to be a particular amount of money that NIBRA for example, can invest in the sustainability. And I mentioned the key 4 sustainability areas, which means then for us to work together and many other private sector players, there must be a shared vision. Now, I would love to work on Lake Wamala. I would love to work on, maybe River Mwamba. But my immediate problem is river risk. Okay? And the sooner I solve that problem, the more resources I have to actually address other challenges. Now, that's why I was requesting, and we don't do that ourselves. The key working with the private sector is that she's a banker, and her core skill set and mandate is banking, financial intermediation. I'm a brewer, and my work is basically brewing and selling beer. Although I have environmental challenges, I'm going to look for partners who have more competence to actually solve that problem. So when I have a challenge that is shared, and you actually understand it better, it means that I'm going to channel my resources through you. So we both benefit. To Dr. Jibril, we cannot claim to own the river. We don't. It's a shared resource and it's a shared problem. But I can assure you, including the leaders here that I've mentioned, we have mapped the entire length of that river. Our commitment is that by the time we are done, we will have measurably more water and cleaner water. And maybe this is also another something that I'd like to indicate that we have a permit, and we have several permits as far as water usage is concerned. Dr. Kalist there gives us a water abstraction permit that comes with a lot of conditions, not just how much water we should use, but also the quality and quantity of the water that we must put back into the river. We are measured that every drop of water that we put back into the river is either at the same quality or better quality than you actually brought it into from the river. So when you have an opportunity, you can either visit us in Jinja or Mbarara, and we have an entire system of actually purifying the water that we put back into the river. And NEMA comes every once in a while to actually take samples downstream and upstream to ensure that that water is actually good quality. I hope I've been able to answer most of the questions, but if I haven't, I'll be here for a while and we can chat some more. And I assure you that there's a lot that we can actually do together.
Okay, thank you very much. There's one person who is supposed to be here on this panel, but was joining us online from Southern Africa, and that is Alex Simala. We understand, Alex, you are still online, and perhaps I want to give you 1 minute, because now I don't know what is the time difference, but here it is your presentation that is standing in the way of people's lunch. So, and I hope you understand that. So 1 minute, Alex, and then we hear from you so that we can let you go officially. Alex?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. So I think for me, it's interesting listening to all these conversations. And I think earlier on, I presented the high-level panel report and the pyramid. You have got all the key stakeholders there that are identified in the pyramid. My encouragement to you is to really consider how you could organize the key partners and stakeholders and finance institutions, because at the end of the day, it's about risk sharing. Who takes what particular kind of risk to be able to allow the other private sector parties and partners to come in. And the pyramid helps you to frame that conversation, whether you're talking about national banks, private sector, the local breweries, the finance institutions, climate finance, including, of course, international development assistance, ODA. The pyramid does help you, and the government's role is very central to that. So my encouragement to you is learning from what other countries are doing. Tanzania, for instance, Zambia, which I presented, where they have been able to prepare a national water investment program involving all key stakeholders, in this case, all the ones that are involved here and more, as an organization, a framework to figure out the needs of finance and where the money should go, and how do you spread different risks in terms of who takes over what responsibility, the role of the government and the role of the private sector and public sector. So I encourage you to do that. We are here to support from the Africa High-Level Panel on Water and African Union Commission. Dr. Kalis, you are aware about the Africa Water Investment Program, and also we have been collaborating with many other partners. So that's all I can say. We have a video that Kalis can show on, summarizing, it's a 2-minute video summarizing the key main takeaways from the high-level panel and the Africa Water Investment Program and the support that is available for partners and countries and governments in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex Semalawi, Executive Secretary of the Global Water Partnership, GWP, Southern Africa, and you're joining us from there, like they say in South Africa, Siyabonga. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think now that you, the keynote speaker, you actually charged up this whole meeting. You have, you sort of gave us some kind of thinking of how we can go about this. Some of this talking is because you are able to provoke us. May I suggest that you talk to us again, very briefly, now that what you appreciate about how we're moving forward. I know the rapporteurs have been capturing these, and they'll give us action, call to action, but perhaps Professor Riho, once again, if you could.
Thanks so much. May I request that we first of all extend appreciation to Patrick for the great job done. I'll use a few minutes, about 3. One is to extend appreciation on behalf of the delegates, everybody here. It has been a fantastic discussion. So let's really clap ourselves for a wonderful job well done. The panel members has been great. Great ideas, innovations, solutions. At the same time, everybody is calling for action. Very, very, very important. But I cannot live without extending special appreciation to the Ministry of Water and Environment for organizing this kind of discussion. Please, Dr. Kalis and the team, we have said it before, but we'll continue to appreciate. Great job done. Thanks once again, and join me to appreciate them for that job well done. I know you've been able to do this in collaboration with a number of partners, the contributors, the host partners that made it happen. Please, we appreciate, and we request that you continue to support and let others also join, such that we are able to do this and even move this discussion down. I think, Dr. Kalis, you had one of the comments from the Member of Parliament that we can also organize this kind of discussion at a lower level. It may not be the same, but delivering the same message. Now, take away home messages. One, I think the issue of mutual accountability came out clearly. It is important that we are accountable. And I'm not going to repeat. This is one thing that came out clearly, that for us to attract resources, we need to be accountable. We need to show results. We need to show impact. And that's when people will be able to invest both locally and internationally. 2, I think it came out clearly again that we need to look at water environment using a business lens. The issue of social capital investment is important, but I think from here, everybody is now looking at water, environment, and sanitation in the perspective of looking at products and businesses. And therefore, market investment is very critical, market-driven investment. Lastly, public-private sector partnership. I think it came out clearly we need to get out from our traditional networking partners, investors, but also attract new actors. And I think that's where we also said, look, it is critical to engage the young people. The youth are critical and must be at the center stage. So moving forward, to me, that is very, very, very important, and it came out clearly. Lastly, I will sum all this together using 3 words. And there are 3 R's, and I will end. The first R, it came out clearly that we need to be real. A lot of assumptions don't work. We need to be real. Reality, reliable data, facts, numbers are critical. So the first R plus R, the second R is response. Our response must be aligned to the realities. The moments the two don't match, once there is a mismatch, then, ladies and gentlemen, don't expect results. So R plus R is equal to R. You deny reality, you respond wrongly, and therefore don't expect positive results. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best, and I look forward that we should always meet like this annually to share, progress, and account. Let's continue the conversation. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Riho is a gifted man. He's a man with a gifted mind, but also he knows how to express that mind. You can have a gifted mind, but you don't know. Many people are sharp, but they don't know how to express themselves. So he's not only sharp, but he also knows how to express it. So he's a man with the gift of the gab. Thank you so much, sir. And so it's not only the 3 R, but remember also the 3 C's. The 4 C's, by the way. Okay. You guys are very attentive, and our panelists, you've been phenomenal. Thank you so much. Please, you can take back your seats. And the next call to action and action planning, Dr. Kalista, I need your help here. I don't know who's doing this. I think it is you. And I want to thank you so much for the time, and I'm humbled having given this opportunity.
So, ladies and gentlemen, join me to thank our moderator, Mr. Patrick Kamara. As always, you have done it very well, and we do appreciate the moderation and also keeping us awake. We have reached already past 2 p.m., but we are still smiling. So, if you look on your program, we had an item on court action and action planning, and we were discussing with the co-organizers, and we said, what more do we want to get from you? You have already put the ideas on call to action, but also really the actions speak for themselves. So we have agreed that you give us a chance to go through it as a small group, and we share with you a draft which you can comment on. I hope you agree with us. Otherwise, all the issues you have put them really on the table, and we do appreciate. So we are going to go through this as a team that has been co-organizing this event, and we'll be able to share with you the call to action. Some of them really have been very, very clear. We don't even have to argue much about them, and also the action, how we are going to move these ideas forward. And as the permanent secretary has mentioned, we commit to keeping you engaged so that we can continue on this journey together. We are in it together. We are in it together, and really we would want to assure you that we'll continue moving. Join me once again to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Alex Saliho. Yes, Professor Alex Saliho, as Mr. Kamara has mentioned, he will speak and you will not want him to end. I remember when we were trying to address challenges of River Nyamwamba, we invited him to speak to members of parliament and the leadership in Kasese. And everybody realized that they're exporting stones, soil, and many things outside the district. So through that, they changed their mindset. So again, the Buganda Kingdom is actually saying that they want you to also talk to the leadership and the Kabaka and the Katichiro so that they can be what. So again, actually, as we're speaking, there's somebody who sent me a message from outside and said, can you give me his contact? So again, we are happy to have you. He represents Uganda very well. He's based in Ghana. But when he's around, and COVID has made it easy for him to be around. So part of his time is best here. That's when we can grab him and use him. So thank you very much, Professor Alex Aliho, really for giving us this inspiring keynote. Join me once again, also in the panelists. Let's give the panelists a big applause. Yes, Mr. Alex Malabi from Global Water Partnership. I actually grabbed him last week. Last week we were together in Stockholm attending the World Water Week. And as we were discussing, then I said, you need to speak to Ugandans so that they can appreciate. So I want to thank Alex for responding to our request. And on the sidelines of the meeting, he promised me that they are willing to support Uganda to come up with a national water investment program, as has been done in the other countries. So again, Alex, thank you very much for that. So we expect that as we take this journey forward, we'll be able to come up with something that has been done in Tanzania and Zambia, led by the heads of states. And we do hope that we'll get the support from everybody, including our members of parliament. So again, the panelists, we really go to you at short notice, some as late as yesterday. But we really do appreciate all of you for the positive response. We wanted really to get a good mix, and we really have got it. So thank you very much again for responding to our call at short notice, and also for delivering these key messages. We really do appreciate. Join me again to thank our members of parliament. I think we still have Honorable Cyrus Argon, who is always with us, chairperson of the WASH Parliamentary Committee. And we have a partner and a supporter in the parliament. So I think, Honorable, we have seen what we have on the table. Jack, is Jack still around? Oh, Jack, you are there. So again, Jack is in charge of the secretariat. I think you have seen what we need to bring to parliament. So let's arrange and move these ideas forward. Again, joining me to thank our partners, IRC, Jane and Brenda, Water for People. We always call them our strong ladies, but also have a third lady, another Jane. Where is Jane? Water Aid? Oh, yes, Jane, thank you very much. So we have the three ladies who are country directors, and we are proud to have you. So thank you very much. Again, Water Aid supports the Water Resources Institute. Annually, in their budget, there's a budget for the Water Resources Institute, and have been supporting us in many activities. IRC and Water for People, we have a budget, and we have an MOU where they fund these activities. But we also work very, very closely with water.org. Gilbert, let's give you another applause. Water.org is the one which is supporting the microfinance institutions so that they can come on board. So again, thank you very much. Last month, we held another dialogue with the microfinance institutions. So again, we are moving forward. So we really do appreciate the partnership, and many of you, of course, the FCU Bank have been with you on a long journey. Tomorrow, actually, we are having a breakfast meeting with the MD of the FCU Bank to discuss some of these. So probably, Carol, what you have discussed today, capture them so that tomorrow we can put a stamp on some of those. And of course, Paul, again, I grabbed him yesterday, Paul Freen. We met in New York in March, and when he was here, I said, you come and talk to us. He has been supporting a number of programs, and I think we have seen where we can invest. Yes, yes. And of course, Mr. Njuchi, we're part of the Ruiz Marathon last month. So again, we're appreciative of the role. Of course, Carol, CSBAG, you have challenged us, and that's what we wanted. And everybody that has been part of the panel. So I really want to appreciate all of you. You are here because you are key partners for us. I think what has been discussed can only be addressed by all of us. So I really want to thank you. Yes.
If we can do it, as Parliament will give that leadership, I was trying to talk to the Speaker, because we would get a specific and selected team to go for that meeting with her, so that we talk about these issues and how we take them now forward, so that we avoid speaking to ourselves. I believe we have already arrived at the way forward. Can we try to summarize, and then we prepare a day, we say Minister of Water come, National Water come, private sector, the civil society, and then for us, the UPF Watch, we give the leadership, We go to her chambers, we talk about these issues. She should open the way for us to go and meet the president and we talk about these matters. That's what I'm thinking. So, and that, in my opinion, should take place within the first 2 weeks of September, because we are already late. We are already late. There should be a difference in the budget which is coming, the one of 2024, 2025. It can only happen if we start things now. But if we think about that time when we are doing the budget process, sorry, we're already late. So I was about to make that request. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Honorable, for being action-oriented. And certainly we know who will be part of that team so that we go as a very strong team. So as part of action planning, we are going to ensure that we do that. And I think Flavia and the team we have had, we have been having a discussion with you, and I think this is an opportunity to get this agenda forward. The Ministry of Water and Environment has also created partnership with the media. 2 weeks ago, we had a training for the media, I think about 18 journalists, and the idea was to get them to appreciate and get to know what we do. So a number of them who are here actually are part of the team that we trained. And one of the things they highlighted to us is you always call us when you have events to report, but we really don't understand what you do. So they challenged us. They say, can you be with us along this journey? And I'm happy that the media have committed themselves to being with us. Let's take advantage of them so that they can actually report meaningfully. We cannot demonstrate what we are doing without getting the people who speak on behalf of us, and also we can talk to the people. So again, I want to thank the colleagues from the media. We have agreed we are going to engage them, we are going to train them, we are going to continue with them. So let's take advantage of this. I think we are doing a lot which is not known. So the media, again, we do appreciate. Finally, let me thank the team from the Water Resources Institute, Gwendolyn and your team. Let's give you a very big applause. They are doing a fantastic job to get things that we don't normally do in the sector to talk about. Professor Pamela challenged us that there are many things we are doing. We don't have time to talk about them. But when she heard about them, say, you people, I don't know what you are doing. So she actually challenged us. That's why she said, I will have to come because I feel you are doing a lot. I just mentioned quickly a few of them. We have now a program for people who have retired. So if you retire, don't get worried, you will continue contributing. We have about 50 people who have retired. We have, I think, about 5 professors. We have 2 former ministers. They are part of the program. And water, environment, and climate change covers everybody. So if you see yourself reaching retirement, don't get worried. The Institute will give you a home where you can continue engaging and contributing. And one of them is Mr. Sam Mutono. So Sam Mutono is seated there. He worked a lot in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Let's give him an applause. Mr. Sam Mutono was coordinating a program minister in Uganda called RUWASA. Those who could have heard about RUWASA is the one who led it. Then he went to the World Bank. He retired from the World Bank last year. So we want to take advantage of that capacity so that we can utilize it. We're also having a program, mentorship for young ladies. We have now mentored 90 young ladies from within the ministry. Next month, we are starting another mentorship program for another 60 ladies and 30 men, because men have been complaining that they are left behind. So a call, I think, is going out to this week, inviting mentors and mentees. We also have started a program for internship where we can get students from university. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago where we want students who have left university to be recruited and deployed in different organizations, and all professionals will fit in. We have already started with UNHCR. We have sent 43 people in UNHCR refugee settlements, and about half of those have actually been given employment. So again, we continue innovating as we move forward. Finally, we have a monthly webinar every last Friday of the month where we discuss and share. With those, I want to thank all of you and wish you a safe journey. Let's go for lunch until we meet again. Thank you very much.